to Anna May McHugh, the Managing Director of the National Ploughing Association.
And you're very welcome back out onto the site here at the National Ploughing Championships in Ratheniska in County Laois. In keeping with our theme today on the Agriland Livestream, we're focusing on farmer safety and well-being, and we're joined here in the UPMC tent by Network Development Manager with UPMC, that is Clodagh Duggan. Clodagh, thanks for joining us on the Agriland Livestream. I suppose, can you tell us first, what is UPMC for people who might not have heard of you?
No problem. So UPMC, it's a healthcare organisation originally founded in the US. It stands for University of Pittsburgh Medical Centres, and it's been in Ireland since 2006. Originally providing radiotherapy in the southeast to patients of the southeast who prior to that had to travel to Dublin and Cork for radiotherapy treatment. So since then it has grown massively, and now we have 3 hospitals across the eastern third of the country: UPMC Auteven Hospital, UPMC Kildare Hospital, and UPMC Whitfield Hospital in Waterford. Over the last few years it's grown, and we now have sports medicine clinics as well, and we provide healthcare in all aspects.
Okay, and we're obviously here at the Ploughing Championships, so a big focus on farmers and their health, and I'd imagine a demographic that you do see a lot in UPMC.
Oh, absolutely, and from a farm myself. I'm from a dairy farm. I'm married to a beef farmer, so well familiar with that demographic. Absolutely. But I suppose when you think of farmers, maybe we might be guilty of just thinking maybe the older generation, and now it's different. It's a little bit different. Like, we do have the younger generation coming through. A very active lifestyle, but there's some misconceptions. People would say it's a very healthy lifestyle
because you're outside,
and you're working physically. But actually, believe it or not, it can be quite an unhealthy lifestyle in that. They're exposed to so many elements. Farmers, they work physically hard, and farmers, although they might be physically strong, they might not be cardiovascular strong, or there may be orthopedic weaknesses because of the type of work they carry out. They'd have exposure to respiratory diseases, obviously through elements of maybe chemicals or dust or all that sort of thing. So in comparison to other occupations, I suppose there's a lot going on within the farming occupation.
So that makes it all the more important to keep in touch with your GP, to have regular health checks, and to have
absolutely
good health care.
And I suppose notoriously, traditionally, farmers look after their cattle and their machinery better than they look after themselves. They'll make time to ring the vet if they see a lame cow, to get their feet hoof paired. They will calibrate their fertilizer spreader so that they're not spending too much money on fertilizer. But like, when it comes to taking an hour out of their day or out of their year to go to the GP just to have their bloods done, their blood pressure done, it's put on the long finger, and then sometimes they run into bigger trouble, and they end up having to go for procedures larger than they would have really liked had they gone about it in the first place. The Irish Heart Foundation did a survey this year, and it actually showed that 82% of farmers were aware of cardiovascular disease in their family already. And worryingly, it also showed 46% of them had high blood pressure and high cholesterol. Okay. So warning signs. Yeah. And I suppose it's a general population message. You need to eat healthily, be active. Like, you might be active on the farm all day, but you might not necessarily be physically fit. So I know it's easier said than done, but that half hour out maybe in the evening for a brisk walk with the family, with the dog, going down to the GA field, walking around the GA field, meeting people, very, very important. You can kill lots of birds with the one stone, by setting aside that time. Huge pressures in agriculture, working as self-employed people, and especially in the last few years, it's been very challenging, it's been isolating, but farmers are very resilient, and I mean, we have farming women now as well as farming men, and breast health is something that we at UPMC would be we're very aware of promoting breast health, and we've partnered recently with Breast Cancer Ireland, and we have a lady who will come to your organisation, be it your ICA group, your IFA Farm Family group, get in touch with us, and Anne would love to come and visit and talk about breast health and how to self-check as well. So, it's not just, like I said early in the conversation, it's not just the elderly farmer, elderly gentleman. Like, we have young farmers, young guys who are playing sport, and they're working all day, then they're going playing sport, then they get injured, and so it's simple things like visit your GP once a year. If you have an ache or pain, go to physio, and like, it might spare you a trip to the hospital further down the line.
Okay, and in terms of, we've spoken about heart health. How about urology and how important that is here?
So again, like, I suppose back when I joined UPMC, I suppose I worked in the area of radiotherapy, and we would have had gentlemen coming in with being treated for prostate cancer, and like, the majority of them would say that they should have gone about it sooner. Like, they had all the signs and symptoms of urinating more frequently, and they just knew they weren't right, and they all, like, time after time I heard them saying they should have gone about it sooner, but they were a bit embarrassed, or it was more taboo. Even 10 years ago it was more taboo. But the time they'd finished coming for their treatment, it was all cards on the table. They would talk about everything, and they said they don't understand what the big deal is. So we've come the full circle. Like I said, with the breast health, prostate health, it's very, very simple. There's a simple message. If you feel you're not right, well, then you're probably not. So lift the phone, go to your GP. Your GP will direct you adequately, whether it's to UPMC, to a hospital to see a consultant, or it's to our sports medicine to see a physio. There's always something can be done, and it's best to go about it sooner rather than later.
Well, Clodagh Duggan, Network Development Manager with UPMC, thank you so much for joining us.
You're welcome.
We're going to head straight back to the Agriland tent now.
Welcome to day 3 of the National Ploughing Championships here in Ratheniska in County Laois. We're back in the Agriland Pavilion today, where our focus on the first half of our live stream today is on farmer health, safety, well-being and rural life. I'm joined with a panel today, all involved in health and safety. John McNamara from Teagasc, a health and safety specialist. We're joined by Kieran Roach from FBD, a risk and safety manager. And of course we have Pat Griffin, a senior inspector with the Health and Safety Authority. Thanks for joining us today, gentlemen. John McNamara, I might go to you first. In terms of farmer safety and health and safety, from a farm advisory point of view, what are the biggest areas of concern in terms of farm safety that you come across and your colleagues come across?
Well, first of all, Stella, I'm really delighted that you're focusing on health and safety. Safety's got a lot of profile, health not so much so, but it needs it, So I think there's a huge amount of awareness out there, thanks to your good selves and the media, but we need to convert that into action. Now farm safety is a very complex business. There's lots of activities going on farms, but the crucial areas for control are the farmer, because behaviour is a huge involvement in nearly all accidents, not to mention farm accidents. But the other area is the farmer is the manager of the farm, and the facilities of the farm are crucial to prevent rushing, and they give a backup protection. So the farmer is crucial in both respects, behaviour and managing the farm, so that risk is minimised.
And Pat Griffin, can I ask you about the HSA and its involvement with the agricultural sector? It's a fact that the agricultural sector is one of the most dangerous sectors to work in, and there have been accidents and fatalities. Each year we're trying to reduce that number. But I suppose, can you outline why it's one of the most dangerous sectors? Presumably, obviously, machinery is a big part of it, and it's outdoor labour, but what are the other factors?
Well, I think it's far too easy to say that farm accidents, the cause of farm accidents are tractors and machinery and livestock. That's not the core cause. It always goes back to the behaviour of the person, the individual farmer, and the decisions he makes, or he or she makes. I mean, when you approach the tractor, you approach an animal, you approach a job at height, it's decisions that individual makes at that moment will determine whether they're going to get killed doing the job, whether they're going to have a serious injury, or they're going to do the job properly and be healthy and well. So it's all about the individual. So the only way to change what's happening in the dreadful statistics that we have year on year is to focus on the individual. Make sure that that person has access to good, clear information that's easily accessible, that they understand where the real risks are and how they can protect themselves, and they make the right decisions every moment of the day on the farm. And that's what we're trying to enable by providing them with a risk assessment document that's very, very engaging, with guidance documents today launched, with a chainsaw guidance document, also bringing on board training for quad bike use, regulations to wear helmets. We're not trying to make the farmer's life or anyone working on the farm more difficult or more challenging for them. We're trying to make it easier to do but safer, and we're trying to push them towards making the right decisions. And you know, deciding on a daily basis what you're going to do in the farm, you have to make sure that you're well enough, both physically, mentally, and you know, you're properly rested to actually doing the job. You know, people going out to do a job where they're thinking about other stuff, their mind is muddled because of all sorts of pressures they're under. If they haven't been sleeping well, they're fatigued. They're going to make more mistakes. You know, lots of people in work today, if they go in to do their job and they make a mistake, they're not going to lose their arm or lose their leg or potentially lose their lives. But unfortunately, there are so many jobs on a farm that if you do make a mistake because of lack of concentration, or your head is somewhere else, you're fatigued or not properly nourished or hydrated, the consequences can be dreadful. So we're working at making safety simple and accessible, and to help farmers to try to protect themselves.
I suppose, Ciarán Roach, in terms of an actual farm site or a farm business, and if you go into a construction site, there's signs for health and safety. There's usually a health and safety auditor. Every lad going in has to have his safe pass, his helmet. Farmers primarily work on their own. Sometimes they have labourers who work with them, and they're responsible, and you know, there's a risk attached to anyone getting injured on the farm as well. What advice do you have? You work with FBD, you talk to farmers every day, you help them with risk assessments. Do you think that it's left up to the farmer a lot of the time to determine the risk because like they don't have that agency or that auditor on site, as they say?
Yeah, well, I think number one important thing about farm safety, most farmers understand the risks. So a farmer understands if the handbrake isn't working on the tractor, there's a risk if he hops off, it'll roll back on top of him. The farmer understands if the PTO shaft isn't covered, there's a risk of getting entangled in that PTO shaft. The farmer understands if I'm with a cow that's calving and I don't use a calving gate, there's a high risk that animal will attack me. So number one, farmers do understand the risks. So the big piece here is about changing culture and behaviour, which is really, really hard. Now, we are working in partnership with all the stakeholders, and the Farm Safety Partnership does that. You know, partners with the HSA, with Teagasc, all the other farming organisations, and to get that message out there on a continual basis. And maybe to give you an idea of how hard it is to change, you know, behaviour. A lot of us, you know, when it comes to New Year's, we make a New Year's resolution. We might say, I'll give up smoking, I'll give up drinking, I'll give up sweets. 6 weeks down the line, you know, how many of those people, you know, are back smoking, back drinking, back, you know, eating sweets, or maybe have stopped going to the gym? So it's a continuous thing that we need to do. So it's a message that we have to continue giving to farmers over and over again. Work with all members of the family. So it's not just a matter of working with the farmer himself, but work with the young people through the school network, work with the older people, work with the spouse on the farm. So it's a message that needs to be continuous. We have a huge role, as we've got 34 branches nationwide, and our reps and our managers and our sales advisors speak to farmers on a daily basis. So we have a place that we can play with, but also Teagasc, the HSA, agricultural inspectors, we all have a role to work together, the farming organisations, you know, to bring that message continuously home to each other. Because if we don't change that behaviour and that culture within the sector, we're not really going to see any sustained change. You know, temporarily you might see a change. If you go in and highlight there's a risk, they put a cover on the PTO shaft, will that still be there 6 months' time? And that's, I suppose, the area we need to work on together as a group.
John, can I go to you and just ask you in terms of the farmers that are seeking advice, or what message you're trying to get out to farmers nowadays? Is it the younger cohort that are now looking at things like health and safety? Do you think the older cohort of farmers are looking at health and safety and feeling, well, look, I know how to do it, I've done it this way all my life, I never had an accident? But then again, a lot of people say we don't hear about the near misses.
Right, no, we just deal with people, clients, and we're dealing with the young and the old and whoever. And I'm glad to say we have research funded by the Department of Agriculture in both the young and the old. Now, what we're really trying to do is get people to engage, right? And, my own research, is in trying to get engagement. In particular, we do training courses from now on, and so do consultants. It's a half-day course, it's with the risk assessment. As Pat said, it's a very engaging document, but we want to bring people in a group, and we want to go through the document with them. We want to get farmers talking to each other and engaging, and we want them to go out the door with a positive image of safety. And one of the key findings of what we've done would indicate that adopters make progress. If you go out and you work at safety and you do a couple of things today and do a few more things tomorrow, then you will make progress. Now that must be related to risk. If the power shaft is uncovered or the slurry pit is uncovered, you should do something about it now, but you should also be gradually improving your farm. Now, moving on from there, we have discussion groups, which I think we're renowned for, and they're very common. They're very prominent in Ireland, and they've been shown to be useful in getting people to adopt practices and technologies. We've done research. Dr. Tracy O'Connor got a PhD with us, co-funded with the HSA, but she found that farmers, want little and regular and often. Like you have to come to a discussion group. They don't want it all about farm safety, but they'll take 20 minutes on one subject area, and they'll deal with that thoroughly, and they'll discuss it among themselves, and the next day they will do more. So it's adoption. Now, just very briefly, turning to health, we've done a lot of research in that area as well. And could I be blunt, younger farmers, younger people burn their health. They don't go to get a health checkup, they drink a beer, they maybe smoke, blah, 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 and then in the mid-50s there's a turnaround and people start to look after their health. So we'd be very anxious that people are conscious that they need to look after their health, particularly starting at a younger age. Thank you.
Absolutely. Pat, can I go to you again now within your role in the HSA? We hear a lot about statistics. HSA annual report, CSO statistics, farm fatalities. But I think sometimes the message doesn't get across to farmers of what it is like to go out and have to investigate, which the HSA does for any workplace accident, if there has been an accident or even worse, a fatality. And you have to go out and try and establish what happened. And I think you need to get that message across to people of what it's like going out to that family farm. They've had an accident, they're in grief, or someone is in hospital. What is that feeling like? What are those families experiencing?
Yeah, sadly we've investigated just in the last 10 years 197 fatalities. So the group of inspectors that I have going out to those families to investigate these dreadful fatalities, they do find it shocking, but nothing as shocking as what it is for the families themselves. We have to be very sensitive about talking about these issues, even because they are personal stories for these families, and we send our sympathies to anyone that has been affected by a fatality or a serious life-changing injury on a farm. The closest we could do really is go for survivor stories, where we have developed about 16 survivor stories now, which are up on our website, of farmers that have experienced very, very serious life-changing injuries. And those stories, they tell of the impact of those life-changing injuries on their farm. Actually, the first survivor story we did was with James Murphy, a farmer whose father lost his life to a bull attack, and he tells of the devastation it has caused to their family. I've worked with Embrace Farm for 8 years as a charity, Embrace Farm, I'm glad to work with them, and they have told their stories of the impact of a death on a farm through a series of videos called What's Left Behind. There's 3 families there that have opened their hearts as to what has happened there. I won't mention the exact names, but if people want to go on to Embrace Farm and look at those What's Left Behind, it tells of the trauma that a family faces dealing with the fatality itself and the aftermath to try to keep farming, and what do you do? And that is one of the most dreadful things about farm fatalities. The family have to pass the location where their loved one died every single day of the rest of their lives, unless they sell the farm. Or they have to deal with the machinery that killed that person. It is the most dreadful situations, and we try to deal with these situations as sensitively as possible. I hope we have done, and I hope inspectors have always been that way. But it is very traumatic for farm families, and we know that, and we try to treat them as best we can. We try to learn from the experience so that we can prevent it happening to any other family.
Kieran Roach, as part of that then, if an accident does happen on farm, no one wants to have to go to you in the insurance industry. We all have to have insurance, we don't ever want to have to use it. And I know you spoke with us yesterday in relation to quad safety and new legislation that's coming out. You know, there's so many facets of a farm that need to be insured, that need to be safe. You know, you don't want any fire hazards, you don't want, someone's fodder for the winter going up in flames. You want to make sure that they have, if the worst does happen, that they have everything in train that they need to have in train. And I know that you had mentioned before, a lot of farmers don't think they need to take care and insure things, that nothing will ever happen, this, that or the other. And there's, issues with underinsurance as well. And families are left devastated in more than one way after there's a serious life-changing accident.
Yeah, I think when we look at a farm accident, the first thing, there's a human cost. And that's the biggest cost. That's what Pat is talking about. It can change someone's life, the effect on the family, their complete way of life going forward, but also there's a financial aspect to it. So it's really important, I suppose, that farmers have appropriate insurances in place. And I'd advise anyone, speak to your insurance advisor, check that you're covered. And today we're talking about accident prevention. So we're talking about public liability insurance for members of the public, employer's liability if you have an employee, and personal accident insurance. That's the only cover the farmer can have for himself. So it's imperative that those covers are in place. Now, they aren't mandatory covers, like you have a cover for your car insurance. They're optional, but we'd encourage farmers to make sure you have those appropriate covers. Because number one, with personal accident insurance, we'll give you a certain level of cover for you to get someone in to do the work when you're off injured for a period of time. And there's also a lump sum. And then there's the larger protections in relation to employer's liability, public liability insurance. And the other risk there is if you don't have insurance, potentially your assets of your farm is at risk. So it is imperative that it is in place. But the behaviour bit is the big piece. We run a campaign with all the agricultural colleges, actually in partnership with Pat and the Teagasc and ESB, where it's called Champions for Safety. And within the Champions for Safety, Pat speaks about I suppose the realism of an accident, and he looks at actually fatalities in those cases, those images. But we actually look at the financial piece of it and the importance of cover and where you are covered in relation to employer's liability, public liability and personal accident insurance. We give out a huge amount of farm safety signage just to give the message when you enter a farm and it's a dangerous place. It's highlighting the risk of livestock, the farm machinery. The farm isn't the playground. And the people that don't have permission to go onto a farm shouldn't really go there because they may not understand the risks and unwittingly put themselves at risk. So I do think it's a really important piece that people are protected financially as well, give them peace of mind, but that doesn't substitute safety. We're here all about safety. No one wants to hear about a fatality, a loss of an arm, a life-changing injury, whether it's ill health that changes a farmer's outcome or someone on that farm.
John, you mentioned health and safety there. Health can play a big role in safety. If someone is, struggling with their mental health at any given time, for example, their physical health can suffer because, as Pat mentioned, you could be tired, you could be worn down, you could be apathetic, and you just don't tune in to a risk that at another time in your life you might spot like that, and that contributes to accidents then as well.
Oh, absolutely. I think we adopted the total health model meaning that we promote health, we promote safety, and we promote the synergy between them. Now, I think, could I just say that health and mental health are part of the one spectrum. But yeah, mental health, there's many causes of it, but you can break them down broadly into two. One is farm related, and management related, livestock not going well, rushing, thinking, worrying, let's say, about a financial matter. Now, we'd say that, to farmers, to, first of all, to become aware, know your mood and, try to be, get into a good mood every day, be in a positive frame of mind. The world is full of problems, and there's the likes of Teagasc and consultants there to help you solve the farming problems, right? Now, on the other side, there is the health related, and they can be manifold, they could be, bereavement, or they could be a family issue or whatever. But what we're saying there is that, farmers should get a regular health check for many reasons, but they should be in connection, in contact with their GP, and GPs have gone busy now, so they want, it's challenging to become a client, as it were, but the first port of call, if there is a mental health or a health problem, has to be the GP. And our knowledge would say that if people haven't the habit of connecting in with their health professionals, when they're struggling, then they're certainly not going to do it or do it in time. Now, one last crucial point, and we have a research paper on it, and that. But in Ireland, we relate very well to each other's. Peers can support each other, and they can solve an awful lot of problems. So it's back into that social learning and social support area. That's crucial for health as well as safety. Thanks.
Fantastic. Well, we'll have to leave it there just for this segment of our health and safety focus this morning on the Agriland live stream. Thank you to John McNamara from Teagasc, Kieran Roach from FED, and Pat Griffin from the Health and Safety Authority for joining us on the panel today. But do stay tuned, as we will have more discussion on farmer health, well-being and safety over the next couple of hours. But we'll head back out now to the ploughing site here, where the weather has significantly improved over the last while, to the Agriland team who are out and about conducting some interviews.
Today on Agriland, we're focusing on farm safety and, of course, the well-being of farmers as well across the country. And we've arrived here in the Dome towards the northern site of the National Ploughing Championships. And I'm delighted to be joined by Kevin O'Hagan, who's a cancer prevention manager with the Irish Cancer Society. Kevin, can you tell us about your presence here at the National Ploughing Championships?
Well, we're delighted to be here today to kind of meet with farmers and the whole farming community to try and encourage, I suppose, that whole community to be mindful of their health, to put their health first. And our logo and our campaign is about Your Health Matters. And that's really about the prevention and the early detection of cancer. We know that there's actually a lot we can do to reduce our risk of cancer. We know that about 4 out of 10 cancers are preventable. And I know today is not the time to be talking about the sun, but that's a really big risk factor for farmers because skin cancer is now the #1 cancer. But of course, all of the other cancers, there's high rates of cancer among that farming community who are often at high risk.
And unfortunately, cancer is something that affects all families. It comes to most people's door, unfortunately, Kevin.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the rates are very, very high in Ireland, with 40,000 cases of cancer, new cancer cases every year. The good news is treatment is improving significantly. We now have over 200,000 people living with and beyond cancer. So we have a lot of reasons to be hopeful. But our message today at the Ploughing really is for people to be mindful of their health. Take small steps to reduce that risk. If time to give up the cigarettes, there's never a bad time to give up. It's never too late to give up cigarettes. To avoid too much alcohol. Obviously, the less alcohol you drink, you reduce your risk. Getting the exercise, keeping a healthy weight. These are really important things that we're trying to encourage farmers to kind of engage with. But today, the other important message is about the early detection of cancer, because we know getting those getting cancer diagnosed at an early stage really improves the treatment options, and that's what we're really about today.
So if you have an ache or a pain, Kevin, not to ignore it, not to stick your head in the sand. And look, we're all guilty of it. I mean, sometimes ignorance is bliss, but it's not going to help you in the long run.
Yeah, and the difficulty with cancer, there's so many different types of cancer, so many different signs and symptoms, and sometimes we dismiss them, you're right. But again, we're just trying to remind people to, if you notice something that just you can't really understand, whether it's a lump or some bleeding, some weight loss, or a pain that just doesn't go away, something that's lasted for 2 or 3 weeks, maybe it's a cough, maybe it's a sore that just hasn't healed, or something that's just unusual to you, that just doesn't feel right. Now, unfortunately, with things like prostate cancer, there are actually very few early warning signs. So we would encourage men then to go along, especially if they're over 50, at least once a year to your GP to get a blood check, and that's really important.
Yeah, because I suppose prostate cancer, it's one of those cancers, like all of them, the earlier it's detected, the better your
Absolutely,
chances are.
and for prostate cancer in particular, survival rates are up in the 90% after 5 years. So treatment is really good, so many good treatment options, but the key is getting detected at an early stage. And sometimes that's routinely through a blood test. You know, sometimes the symptoms are so mild that, you know, it's hard to notice them. So that's what we're really encouraging men to think about this week.
Yeah, and are people engaging with you here, Kevin? You're in a very busy spot. People can hear the atmosphere around us here in the Dome. There's a lot of different stands, you know, and it's great to meet people.
We have 2 nurses here in these booths, and they're taking blood pressure checks. They're talking to men about screening and about their lifestyles and about those early signs. So the conversations are good, and we have a full schedule of bookings. People are coming in and they want to talk to the nurse, and that's really important. But I suppose for people at home, if you have questions about cancer, call our cancer nurse line, which is 1-800-200-700. Talk to one of our nurses if you're concerned about anything in relation to cancer. We have a lot of supports at the Irish Cancer Society for families who are struggling with this whole cancer story.
Because everybody goes through the journey with, it's not just the cancer patient, so you offer support as well.
And the important thing is that there's supports available. You know, we have a volunteer driver service, we have a night nursing services, we have a lot of peer support services. We have so much information. You see from our stand with so many leaflets and materials, and so it's really important that if people are going through that journey, reach out to us and we'll certainly be happy to support.
And just search Irish Cancer Society online and they'll a wealth of information, no doubt, online as well.
Our phone number 1-800-200-700 or www.cancer.ie.
Excellent. Okay. Well, Kevin O'Hagan, Cancer Prevention Manager with the Irish Cancer Society, thank you so much for joining us. And we'll head back now to the Agriland Pavilion. Today at the National Ploughing Championships, Agriland is focusing on the theme of farm safety, and an important cog in the wheel of farm safety is the Irish Community Air Ambulance. And I'm delighted to be joined by the Chief Executive of the Irish Community Air Ambulance, that's Micheál Sheridan.
Good morning.
Micheál, I suppose firstly tell us about this service, I believe set up in 2019. Why did you think that a service like this was needed?
Yeah, so set up in 2019 in July, primarily serving the southwest of the country. And really the reason for it was geographically people are very remote, particularly when we talk about farming accidents or very traumatic injuries. Cork University Hospital is where people need to go, and if you're on the peninsulas in Kerry or you're in County Clare on the coast and you have a farming accident, which can often be very traumatic, then the key really is getting somebody to the best hospital, not the nearest hospital, and obviously an air ambulance helicopter is able to do that.
Yeah, and we hear a lot about ambulance response times, and obviously the ambulance service do their level best to get to people, but clearly speed is of the essence, and a helicopter can do that much faster.
Yeah, 2 things really. Speed is of the essence. The one thing that the National Ambulance Service are doing as well and are improving all the time is having local responders. That's an area we're going to start supporting more and more in the future. But in terms of the air ambulance, we're in the air in about 3 minutes. And the important thing is about getting somebody on scene quickly. The work that happens on scene is actually the most important piece. Getting somebody to the hospital actually is the secondary piece. It's about stabilising somebody, preparing them for transfer to hospital. That can often be the difference between somebody, between life and death, or somebody having a lifelong disability or making a full recovery.
And obviously we're at the National Ploughing Championships, and as I mentioned, we're focusing on farm safety today on Agriland. In terms of your role in farm accidents, and can you tell us a little bit about your work maybe in the last year?
Yeah, so if we look at our figures for the last year we were tasked over 500 times, 512 times, and of those, about 16% of those were farm related. This year so far, the figures are about the same in terms of percentages. We have about 330 taskings completed this year. The types of things that we're getting called to, particularly when it comes to farming, there is kind of a sense amongst the crew when we get a call and it's involving a farming accident, or we hear the farmer, the guys really start to switch on really quickly, because those are often traumatic. So the types of accidents we see related to farming, obviously we would still see cardiac arrests and people having strokes on farms, but the big things would be animal attacks, so attacks by bull or a cow who's just calved, who's been protective, falls from heights, so somebody up fixing a piece of galvanised before the wind comes, often on their own, and they've left their phone in the car or on the tractor. And then things like PTO accidents. So PTO accidents, machinery accidents, they can be very severe, very significant. And I'm sure everybody out there knows somebody who's had an accident or an incident involving a PTO. So, they're the types of things, very traumatic, very high trauma, and really, as you said a few minutes ago, speed is of the essence.
And when we're talking about speed as well, the air code system that was rolled out some time ago, a lot of people might not know their air codes, so I suppose you'd love in your service that farmers know their air code and their family are aware of the air code, maybe have it written down somewhere.
Yeah, I would say know your air code, make sure everybody knows your air code, because oftentimes if it's a farm family and it's the summertime, mum or dad may be off working, there might be an accident, so it's important that everybody in the family knows it. I think the important thing too as well when it comes to farming accidents, oftentimes, for a head cold or for somebody who's not feeling great, maybe call to your local GP, but if you've had a farming accident, if somebody's in difficulty, the first thing you do is you ring 999, because oftentimes people making decisions about ringing somebody locally rather than ringing the National Ambulance Service, that can cause problems in terms of the speed at which somebody might get responded to. So we would say know your air code, as you say, and make sure everybody knows that you ring 999. And the important thing is about then the caller being very clear with the National Ambulance Service about what has happened and what kind of injuries that the person has sustained.
And finally, Micheál, all of this costs money, and we can see here at the National Ploughing Championships you were involved in a major fundraising drive. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, so obviously the air ambulance itself costs about about €160,000 a month to fund, so over $1.5 million a year. The other thing actually as well that we're trying to do is this month we've just launched here at the Ploughing, we've launched an initiative to try to raise €100,000. We actually have around the country, we have critical care doctors responding as well as volunteers. Places like Donegal, Mayo, Dublin, soon to be Wicklow, Kildare. These are people who work in hospitals by day in the emergency departments. And what we want to do is we want to upgrade and improve the service they can deliver. So we're looking to raise €100,000 to buy what are called portable ventilators. That effectively means that in the farmyard or on the roadside, if somebody is really seriously injured and we need to breathe for them, that we'll actually be able to hook them up to a portable ventilator there and then get them into we'll put them in induced coma, ventilate them and then transfer them to hospital as quickly as possible. So we'd love people to come. We're at stand 602. People can make a donation. They can see the helicopter flying around the country every time they make a donation, or they can donate online to us as well at communityairambulance.ie.
Micheál Sheridan, thank you so much for the work you and your team are doing as Chief Executive of the Irish Community Air Ambulance. For now, we're going to go back to the Agriland Pavilion. Now, Agriland has travelled right to the top of the National Ploughing Championship site here in Ratheniska. We have arrived this morning at the Irish Country Women's Association tent, and I'm delighted to be joined by ICA President Hilda Roach. Hilda, it's great to be back ploughing. There's a bit of a soft day out there today, but the spirits in the tent are great. We've got a beautiful selection of crafts and baked goods and jams and preserves here as well. Lovely to be back at the Ploughing.
It's absolutely wonderful to be back at the Ploughing, and I'm delighted to have you here in our ICA tent, and you can see a wonderful array of crafts and arts. And I just want to say well done to all the people, all the members, ICA members, and Cass, the Federation President in Laois, County Laois, and all the people who have helped to make this happen, because things like this don't happen just overnight. An awful lot of work and preparation goes into it. So we're absolutely delighted to have you here with us in the ICA tent.
Now, every day on our live stream, Hilda, we're focusing on different themes, and we are looking at farm safety as well, and I know that's something that would be important to ICA too.
Absolutely. Well, I grew up in Dublin. I've lived in Wicklow for many years. And I'm delighted to say my mother is from Laois, so lots of rural connections.
So you've come home.
Absolutely, and I'm absolutely delighted to be in Laois. But I didn't feel I could advise on farm safety, so I contacted some of my ICA members who have a few tips and with regard to farm safety. So if that's okay, I'll just...
Absolutely. Yeah.
I just didn't feel I was the person to be giving advice to farmers, but hopefully these would be of use. So the first thing I was told was that tidiness is next to is godliness with regards to a poorly maintained farmyards and farm can lead to accidents. So keep your farm neat and tidy and well maintained. And keep pesticides and other toxic chemicals out of reach of children. Beware of overhead power lines and covered cables. And always wear a safety helmet when using a quad bike and avoid children getting on and drive slowly over rough ground. And I suppose be very careful where there are children or elderly people on your farm.
Well, you know, that's some very worthwhile advice from your members, Hilda, and thank you for sharing that with us.
No problem.
Obviously, something your members are very conscious of as well is the cost of living crisis that we're all experiencing here. Inflation is hitting everybody's pockets, and I'm sure your members are telling you that too.
Absolutely, we're hearing that from our members, and many of our members are vulnerable or living alone or on pensions, and nobody should have to make the decision whether they want to heat their house or have food on the table. So it is a very serious time for everybody, and I do think it's going to be a hard winter.
Yeah, absolutely, and hopefully the budget will give us some respite in the coming days ahead.
Yes, absolutely.
The government will be conscious of that. Hilda, I suppose finally it's something that's very, very competitive, and I know a lot of the women in here and the ICA members across the country, they're very proficient at baking, but the best of the best are here in Ratheniska because the brown bread making competition is on again. This is a hotly contested competition.
It is indeed, and ICA is very, very pleased to be part of this big competition sponsored by Aldi and in partnership with the Ploughing and with ICA. And we are delighted. I want to wish all the finalists, there are 4 finalists who will be baking again at 10 o'clock. The results will be in at 2, and we're delighted in ICA that we have one lady in the final this year, Maeve Lully from County Meath, and we wish all the finalists the best of luck, but a special shout out to Maeve. We're very, very proud and delighted that we have somebody in the brown bread. They're fabulous prizes, and it's a great competition, and we are delighted to be part of that.
Well, Hilda Roche, ICA President, thank you so much for joining us. Best of luck to everybody in the brown bread making competition that's happening later on, and we'll go back to the Agriland Pavilion now.
Thanks for that, Aisling, and I know I'll be looking forward to tasting some of that brown bread later from the winning finalist. We're back now at the Agriland Live Pavilion here at the Ploughing Championships in Ratheniska, and we're continuing our theme today of farmer well-being, health and safety, farm families and rural life. And I'm joined for our live discussion now by Alice Doyle, the IFA Farm Family Chair, and Dr. Michael Hayden from the University of Maynooth, the School of Business there. Thank you both for joining us today. Alice, I might go to you first. A few months ago, you and I spoke and we sat down and you were explaining at the time about what farm families are currently facing in this country. That was a couple of months ago. It wasn't, it wasn't too far down the road of the Ukraine-Russia conflict at that point. We were coming out of COVID. Beef prices at the time weren't the worst, but you at the time mooted, we can't know what the back end of the year will bring yet. Over the last few months, a lot of things have changed. How are farm families now experiencing the current crisis, I suppose, energy, cost of living, inflation?
Huge change since we were talking. It's unbelievable that so much change could take place in less than 6 months. And unfortunately, a lot of it hasn't been for the better, but there has been some good things too, so we must talk about those as well, because we can't talk ourselves into the ground either. Look, from the negative side, we'll start with the negative and work to the positive. From the negative side of things, look, the input prices on farms has rocketed. It was starting when we spoke before, but it really has rocketed now, with fertiliser prices at an all-time high. And also we have the problem that even the possibility, will it be even available, particularly in the spring? We know we're working on probably a lot of stocks that are there from last year that were created before the gas shortage in Europe. But now we wonder, will the stocks be coming possibly maybe next spring, but definitely the year after? And we have to think that far out in farming. We have the whole area of the energy prices inside the farm door and outside the farm door. Out in the yards we have the energy prices, anyone that's milking has huge energy costs there. And then if you come inside and no matter what enterprise you're in, you have huge energy costs out in the yard. But you come inside the door, and then the farm family there, we sometimes forget the farm family is inside the door as well. Huge costs there, because you have heating, you have electricity, you have oil, you have fuel. All of that has gone. The cost of living in the supermarket, and I say myself as a wife going into the shop to buy my grocery bill, has increased dramatically in the last 6 months. And a lot of the things that I might want, I'll get them eventually, but they mightn't be as readily available as they were. So I think the farm family is caught from inside and outside. So, the energy and the fuel prices, contractors, we see that now, for example, when we were going to do silage there back in May, June time. Everything, the cost of baling silage has gone up dramatically, because the contractor has to cover his costs. We cut corn in August. Again, the contractor was coming in to use it, combines using an awful lot more, and the tractors to draw and the trailers to draw the corn to the supplier. So it's catching us on all sides, unfortunately. The only good thing, and I would like to add that there are good sides, that it has been pretty good year from the point of view of prices to a point. They're never secure, but we had reasonably good harvest. The weather was good, the return was reasonably good, but the inputs costs offset that. We had the beef prices held, but again the input costs offset that. The milk prices held, but then in a lot of cases we had a drought, particularly in the southeast where I come from. There was drought, and that affected, so farmers had to use into the next winter's silage provision. So we have that problem. So you have the good and the bad. Fortunately, because it was a good year, people are managing. But I would be very concerned that if things keep going the way they're going, or if there's any fallback in the markets, we have big problems ahead.
Dr. Michael Hayden, I might take up what Alice was saying there about some of the challenges that are facing farm families at the moment. We don't know what the future holds. In terms of the business of farming, for young people trying to get into the business, how can they see it as a viable future long-term source of income when things are so uncertain and precarious at the moment?
Yes, well, as Alice said, there are huge challenges. The input costs of fuel, feed and fertiliser are all going up the whole time. But market prices have been quite good, so average farm income has gone up quite a bit recently, but it depends on the sector then really. So dairy is doing really well, tillage is kind of in the middle, but beef is lagging behind. So depending on the sector, there's huge challenges, but yet opportunities in some sectors.
And I suppose you mentioned there that dairy is doing quite well and commodities are good, and there's a global demand there for dairy products, particularly from Ireland, where we have a very good dairy export sector. But what about the people who want to get into continue beef farming? Alice, the beef farmer themselves, but they also have other operations going on as well to supplement that, no doubt, Alice. What about the beef farmers, the sheep farmers who want to maybe take over from parents and they are finding it difficult because they'll have to get off farm work as well. How do they make it a economical, sustainable future for themselves?
Well, a lot of, say, of the beef and sheep are part-time farmers really, and they do have off-farm income. But one of the big challenges is the aging farming population in those sectors especially, and some of that is kind of made up because farmers in that situation need to farm into retirement because they are not availing of the state pension. They may not have the necessary pension contributions built up, and that could be because they didn't take over the farm themselves until quite late in life, or for some reason they just haven't made the contributions. Their income level may not have required the contributions to be made. So aging farming population causes problems with farm succession and transferring the family farm. So it's kind of mechanisms at both ends need to be looked at to entice in new entrants, but also facilitate retirement in older age.
Are there mechanisms that could be implemented in the short term to, I suppose, bridge that gap for farmers who want to retire, or the pension,
Yeah. I suppose there's no short-term bullet solution because, as we know, there's a culture in Ireland also that farmers do want to keep farming and they're maybe sometimes adverse to retirement. But if there are structures put in place and over a longer period, I think the circumstances will make it easier for farmers to retire. One would be the pension situation. For example, maybe there could be a flat rate pension, PRSI contribution that farmers must make regardless of their income. And then for farmers' wives, for the last number of years or decades even, farmers' wives were never really included in the pension contribution, the PRSI contribution for pensions, and they found themselves at retirement age having no pension. So I think sons and daughters working on the farm or other family members, they all need to be looked at in how they can also make contributions to have a pension at retirement.
Yeah, Alice, of course, it isn't just a farmer, and the farmer is experiencing the input costs, as you said, out in the yard, but there's a whole family there oftentimes. There's a farming wife or husband, sometimes they might be working off-site, they might be school teachers or whatever, might be working in the local town or village. There's kids there getting older, trying to get part-time jobs here, there and everywhere as well to have their own bit of income coming in. And you have a farm, as you said, you don't know how the future is going to go. Like, what would you advise children now? Would you think that there's a viable future for them? Could you guarantee it to them?
You can't guarantee anything, unfortunately, in farming. Never could and never will, I think, no matter what happens. But looking at, you say, where are our children going? At the moment, I think no matter what your enterprise is, even in farming where there's a good enterprise, like say for example dairying, and there is a good income, we are finding that less and less younger people want to come back into it because of the hours that you have to put in. You take most teenagers now who are considering where are they going. They're looking to see, can I get a 5-day week? Can I get a job that's pensionable, or I can pay into a pension fund to it? Is there flexibility? Will I have holidays? Now you take farming, and you can have all of those, but they're at a cost, and the farm isn't always able to sustain the cost of providing that. So I think what we have to try and do going forward is that we're going to have to try and, I don't like using the word educate because that sounds like somebody doesn't know, is ignorant of something. But we're going to have to try and inform, I think is the best word, in farms of options that are out there, and of young people of options that are there. That things like, as you said, that buying into a pension, that you can buy into a pension, and different companies will talk you through, can you buy in even at a low rate and increase it as time goes by or whatever. When it talks, about that the lifestyle of farming, we're constantly talking ourselves down that the lifestyle of farming is, it's 7 days a week, 365. It is, but there is a lifestyle in it, and particularly from a family. You couldn't rear children in a better place than on a farm if you can financially support it. So I think we have to look at that. We also have to look at, possibly that people will have to have some off-farm income or alternative enterprises on a farm. And young people are incredibly creative. And if we would encourage them to do that, rather than saying, there's no income in farming, get away from it, we're going to educate you, get you out of farming. Because I know from my own 3 children, they would all say, we're all interested in the farm, we're not interested in the lack of income. On that, or the amount of income, because they can all get jobs that give them better income. But they all would love to farm. If it was viable, they would come home and farm. We hope one will, but it's all to do with that. And I think too, when you're talking about succession, was just mentioned earlier, that topic of succession needs to be started at a very early stage, because we have a problem in farming that the transfer of farm is not taking place until farmers are much older. And then you find that a person doesn't want to wait that long to get in there. So they leave it altogether, they don't bother coming back. But if we could start that succession conversation early, and partnerships are a very, very viable way of doing, of working two farms together. Because I would never advise an older farmer when they come, they'd be looking about fair deal or something, and they'd say, should we get rid of the farm? Should I hand over the farm? My first question always is, do you have an income to keep you going before you give it to anyone else? You can't leave yourself penniless to hand it over. And yet on my other cap, I'm saying, please hand over your farm. It's terribly important that the younger generation get it. So I think partnerships are a great way for that, because both can buy in. And sometimes the younger person buys in with the knowledge, the older person maybe with the day-to-day skills. So I think we have to be creative going forward, how we're going to move agriculture forward and how we're going to keep the family farm as a family farm. And going back to your question about, inside the door, how are we finding the pressures? It is getting harder to fund third level education. It's getting harder, even second level, to have that money freely available. And transport is a huge thing in rural areas. In the town, you hop on a bus, you walk down the road to the school. We have to get buses, and at the moment, listening even on the radio, the problem with school buses, and that's when it's supposed to be free. Can you imagine what it's like when you're paying a huge fee to get your bus as well? So they're only just some of the many things, but there are advantages, and I wouldn't like people to think farming is negative. We have our difficulties, but we need to be creative of how we're going to deal with those difficulties going forward.
Absolutely. Michael, she mentioned succession there, and it's something we touch on. It can be a sensitive subject for some people. It can be something that they don't think about at all and leave it too late. Is there an optimal way of having an efficient or smooth, transition in terms of succession?
Well, I suppose every farm family is different, but the important thing is that they start the conversation, as you were saying early, like, what is the plan? Even before a son or daughter is starting to college, what are they going to do in college? Are they going to take over the farm? Is it going to be split between 2 or 3 children? Or what is there's no ideal situation. Everybody is totally different, but the key thing is to put a succession plan in place. Like, I've done some research with farmers who have no identified successor, and there's huge mental stress there. There's, who will I pass over the farm to? They want the farm to stay in the family name, but sons or daughters could be gone to America or Australia or wherever, or they even have just got a better job off farm and they're not enticed to come back. So it's a kind of a double-edged sword that farmers are continuing into retirement, but sometimes it's because of necessity, because of incomes, or there is a culture in Ireland that if you give up farming, you're not really a farmer anymore. So that culture probably needs to change. But as Alice said, farm partnerships is an ideal way to start the transition, even maybe enter into a 5-year partnership or a 10-year partnership to see how everything is going. And then if they're happy at the end of that, perhaps they could transfer the farm fully, if that works for both parties.
And there's a new farm apprenticeship scheme coming on board now next year, where we will have young farmers trained up to level 8 in farm management, and some of those will not be farmers. They will not have a farm of their own to go back to, and yet you'll have on the other side, as Michael mentioned, farmers who have no successor or nobody who wants to take over the farm. And I think that's where there's plenty of room for partnering there too. The new farm manager will come in with the skill, the knowledge set, and the other man or woman comes in with the asset set. So we have to be creative in this and think of, can we work this as a new way going forward?
Absolutely. I've certainly noticed in my own life the difference, even in a 10-year period, of someone saying, my parents have the farm, I work on the farm there too. 1 in every 3 certainly now saying, I farm in partnership with dad. Mm-hmm. I farm in partnership with mum and dad now, which has become a lot more common than it was once upon a time. Alice, I don't know if that's your experience.
Yeah, it is, absolutely. We're hearing more of that, and particularly young females, which is increasing. Young females going into farming in partnership, not prepared to go in on their own, which I can understand, because not necessarily the physicality, because it's not as physical as it was, but I suppose security too. They are farming with their father or their their mother or parents or whatever. And we're noticing it quite, particularly in dairying, we're noticing a lot of that the young female farmer is going into, young lads are as well, but the young female farmer is definitely going into that area because they see it as a way forward. And they have an income, but they also have an interest in the farm. And it's much easier work for something when it's for you than for a salary, or not working for the farm, not knowing when is it going to be mine. I could be old and grey. And I think there is a culture too, particularly among rural people, not just farmers, but rural people, that when you make a will or you talk about succession, you're signing your death notice. There is that, and we have to get rid of that. Yeah. We have to think that it's a more positive thing and it's for our good, and all the tax implications there are around all of that. And we have to be thinking in advance, and we have to start getting people to start having this discussion and then moving forward.
Michael, is it more common now that women are getting involved? Is it more difficult for women to get involved in farm enterprises like that?
No, I think the culture is slowly changing, but it has still an awful long way to go. But probably dairy, but that's because it is the most financially rewarding career. And with dairying, you have milking in the morning and the evening, but if you're in partnership with your parents, maybe you can take the weekend off or something. So that seems to be the most attractive place. But then on the beef and the tillage side, the beef is the least profitable. It's just not enticing for people to maybe get involved because the profit margins are just so tight. So that's one of the huge challenges. But it's all back to the culture and the identity of farming, and that's what really needs to change, but that takes a long time to change.
It does. And just one other thing I want to touch on before we finish today, Michael, is what is now being asked of farmers as well. So we've talked a little bit about sustaining and making sure that there's a viable income going forward, but at the same time there's a lot of change happening in agriculture. A lot more is being asked of farmers in terms of environmental standards, which is not necessarily a bad thing. Some might say it is, others might say it's wonderful, but at the end of the day, speaking purely from a financial and economic point of view, some of the things and the measures that farmers will have to take, particularly over the next 7 years, are going to come at a cost to a farm business. Yes. So how can this cost be mitigated, or how can they be supported to keep the farm business viable, but also meet the criteria that they will now have to?
Well, we all know that the emissions targets has to reduce by 25% by 2030, and that in itself is going to cause a huge challenge for farmers. But nobody has really given guidance to farmers yet on what that will entail, what farm practices need to change, and at the end of the day, what's the impact on their farm incomes, and that's the big question. So I've written a little bit about balancing economic sustainability with environmental sustainability, because everything has a cost, and how those costs, nobody really has put a figure on those costs yet, and any sustainability initiative will have a cost and a benefit, and they have to be really costed, really.
Alice, that's true. He makes a very good point there about the economic sustainability, not versus the environmental sustainability, but perhaps I think I've heard a lot of farmers feel there's a narrative out there that it has to be environmental sustainability at all costs.
That's the conversation. But there's kind of three prongs. There's the economic, there's the social, and the environmental. And we really should be getting a balance between the three of those. And unfortunately, the narrative is all around the environmental. And you're dead right. People are being told that we have to reach this environmental target, 25%. Nobody has done any research into the cost of getting there. It's literally at all cost. And at all costs means huge detrimental effect on both the financial and the social, the economic and social side of rural Ireland, let alone just farming, rural Ireland generally. You will drain it of its economic viability, and therefore you will have social an exit. So you will have a huge social deprivation in rural areas as the result of it, because people won't stay. And I think the planning in the whole area of getting towards this 25% is very, very badly handled. It has been very badly it hasn't been thought out at all. I think it's a knee-jerk reaction to a global problem, and I think we're as a small little island, and I don't mean in any way to take away from the environment. It is very important, but it's one of the three legs on the stool. But I think what we are forgetting is we are prioritising a global problem for a local thing, and we're saying we're a little island in the middle of the ocean on the edge of Europe. We can do our best, but we can only have a certain effect on that whole global change. But we are, on the other side, a huge producer of high quality food at quite a good price, really, in world prices. We produce very good quality food at a very good price. We're going to destroy that, and we're not going to end up making any impact on the climate, because unfortunately a lot of what we're being shown as possible things that we're going to have to do to reach the 25% are not viable, they're not doable, they're not actually practical for most farmers to do. And it's hard to say that, but that's the reality of it. Scientific knowledge brought us to where we are, back from the 50s when Forest Taluntis started. It brought us right up to where we are. And we did what we were asked according to CAP, produce cheap food, good quality, cheap food. We did it under scientific guidance. But the problem with the next section is there is no scientific guidance given to us, or whatever is given to us is very small. And farmers, by their nature, will take on board that science if given it and given the time to do it. But expecting miracles, and that's what you would want to get anywhere near the 25%. But in the miracle of getting the 25%, unfortunately, you're going to be left with a lot of beggars, because we're not going to be able to farm productively. And I think that's the problem.
Very interesting points there. Thank you very much for joining us on this live discussion. We have to leave it there, afraid, for today. Alice Doyle, the Farm Family Chair with the IFA, and Dr. Michael Hayden from Maynooth University School of Business. Thank you very much for joining us today. So we will head back out to the ploughing site now to our roving Agriland team for some more interviews.
Right, it's the final day here at the National Ploughing Championships. I'm here now with Colin Donnery of the FRS Network. Colin, jobs is a hot topic in the industry at the moment, but big news from FRS. Can you tell me more about this?
Yeah, so on Tuesday, I suppose on the launch day, we announced 300 new jobs within the farm relief services. So look, we currently have over 1,200 people working on farms every day, mostly milking cows, doing general farm work. We also do hoof care, freeze branding, etc., soil sampling. But I suppose with the growth in ag in probably since 2015, when quotas were lifting, we're seeing huge demand for labour. So we need minimum 300 people by the end of the year just to sort of keep things going. Farmers are under severe pressure at the moment, productivity-wise. That's what it's all about.
And so getting these workers in, has there been much issues with regards to legislation, with regards to permits?
Yeah, no, so I suppose, look, the people we're looking for, obviously, first and foremost, is local people in close to our 10, farm relief offices across the country. That's our first port of call. Traditionally, we hire a lot of students and that type of thing. We're seeing a lot of women returners coming into the workforce, but we do bring a lot of people in internationally. So from the EU, that hasn't been a problem. So look, we can, from Eastern Europe, etc. But what we're seeing is, I suppose now, is going further afield, work permits are required. The department had announced 150 work permits earlier in the year, and seemingly we learned yesterday that is sort of closed. So that's going to create huge problems, particularly for spring. So I suppose we're calling on all the ministers, Minister McConnell, and I suppose the Taoiseach, who has responsibility for the work permit section, to actually issue an awful lot more permits. There was only 150 last year, which is literally a drop in the ocean. We need to see more, upwards of 1,000 permits, to just fill even part of the demand,
That's a stark difference in the figures for what the permits we announced and the permits that you said we needed. Will this create a labour shortage in the years ahead?
Oh, certainly. Like even now, I suppose as farms have increased and herds have increased dramatically, farmers are requiring at least a minimum, really, of one labour unit on a farm, plus the farm relief as well. So you're going to see a massive shortage in spring. Like when, I suppose from February to May would be our busy period traditionally. And like we need a minimum of 300 people just to stand still, and we're only serving probably about 20% of the market, right? So individual farmers are going to require this, as farms grow and we get really deep into springtime. I can see, huge pressure coming on farmers, personally, so.
And from your point of view, what is the interest like in young farmers getting into the industry?
Yeah, so look, I think definitely there's a huge challenge there, right? Perception, like basically what's happening is farming and agriculture is competing with construction and business. We're seeing an awful lot of young farmers who've grown up on farms going to university. Only a very, very small proportion of them are actually doing ag or going to UCD. An awful lot more going into business. And we're not attracting enough young people into the industry. I think there's a number of reasons for that. Obviously, it's hard work. That's the first thing. There's a perception there that there's a lot easier ways to make money. And really, we need to improve the brand, of farming from a work perspective. I think what we see, particularly now, like in most businesses, there you can call on experts, and like right across, if you're in a business, you've got finance and IT. Like farmers are now running businesses where they're really solely responsible for everything. They're trying to do everything, and we need to support them. I think we're seeing an awful lot of stuff around sort of wellness, depression, these type of areas. Like, if a farmer has increased his herd, from 80 cows to 150, that's double the sort of production, requires double the time, a lot of the time, an awful lot more effort and an awful lot more pressure coming on farmers. While we're seeing, I suppose, milk prices are obviously very good at the moment, or relatively good. If they drop, interest rates rise, we're going to start to see a huge amount of pressure on farmers.
I heard that farmer well-being is a very, very important topic, and it's quite topical at the moment. Mental health, with COVID, the input prices, everything's kind of going up. Is there any advice you'd have to farmers or support available to help them get through this tough time?
Yeah, look, the first thing we say, and it's not just because, look, we're in existence since the 70s, and we were set up, we're a co-op, so we're there to support farmers. Farm relief services, like that's what we're there to do, to help farmers. So the first thing is, look, there's help out there, whether that's with us in terms of the labour side, on the training side, and you'll talk about that a bit later on. But also, don't be afraid to talk to neighbours and that type of thing if you need help, and where you spot sort of things going wrong, act on it early. And I think, look, farmers traditionally are proud, very proud, and sometimes it's seen like a badge of honour not to ask for help. But if you need help, just go out and ask it. Look, you're here in the Ploughing, like most stands, there's massive amounts of supports out there for farmers, like particularly from government departments on that. There's plenty of help available out there. But look, I suppose the most important thing is to get the labour there and get support. If they don't do that, things like health and safety as well become an issue on farms, overdoing it. It's the most dangerous job out there in Ireland today,
Well, Colin, that was a fascinating insight into the labour and farmer well-being. So, thank you very much.
Thanks a million, William. Thank you.
Thanks for that, William. Welcome back to the live Agriland Pavilion here at the Ploughing Championships, and we are continuing on our rural life, health, safety, farm, family, well-being as well. And at the moment we're going to focus on rural crime and rural crime prevention. I'm joined now by the Crime Prevention Executive with the IFA, Barry Carey, and Sergeant Graham Kavanagh, the Crime Prevention Officer with An Garda Síochána. Thank you both for joining us today. Let's talk about rural crime, I suppose, and crime prevention. And Barry, it's something here at the Ploughing that you've really brought to the fore, because I know that you've launched a property marking campaign. So first of all, tell us about property marking and why it's important.
Property marking, thieves and criminals, when they take something, they want to offload it as quickly as possible. They want to get rid of it at marts and car boot sales and things like that. So Garda warehouses are full of items that can't be returned to the rightful owner. Property marking does three things. It's a deterrent to crime. If you've been the victim of a crime, the chances of getting it returned to you are greater, and the prosecution of those that may be caught in possession of it. It's a system through Property Marking Ireland that was introduced. The Minister launched the property marking scheme in communities yesterday. Garda Síochána crime prevention officers like Graham introduced these around with the JPCs and county councils to have a property marking machine. And in the communities, everything is marked. Power tools, particularly for farms and rural dwellers, ride-on mowers, you name it, domestic household, from jewellery onwards to domestic household items, things that are attractive for thieves to do. And if it's marked, Graham will explain about the app then that records the property.
So, Graham, when you mean property marking, what exactly does that entail?
So property marking can be anything that's unique to you. So sometimes you'd hear us mention maybe the air code or something that's unique to the household. And it means then if you're putting that on the piece of property, for example, a quad, if we stop somebody at 3 o'clock in the morning with this piece of property, we can see the air code, we know where it came from. The individuals that we stopped with it then are brought to the Garda station and dealt with accordingly. And that we're not spending time trying to identify who owns this piece of equipment and slowing down the process of dealing with the offenders.
Do you think as well it serves a double purpose in the sense that if culprits went in for a quick smash and grab and grabbed a generator, for example, and there's an air code or initials of an owner on it, and they grab it, that they might offload it again knowing they won't be able to sell it as easily because it's marked?
It does two things. It's a deterrent for them to steal it, but then it makes the person that's buying it think twice about it. But then you go back to that conversation as crime prevention officers. Our role, I suppose, around the country is to engage with you as the farm owner to, I suppose, avoid that ever happening in the first place. So target hardening the place, physical security, and then the electronic side. A lot of the time it's trying to change habits. We still have situations where people are leaving keys in jeeps and cars and yards, and the vehicles are then being used to subsequently steal property from other locations. So simple habit changes are a big thing, it doesn't cost anything, and then eventually get them to embrace the whole crime prevention side from doing everything else. We launched the Garda Property app on Tuesday, and the property app works with the property marking in that the property app allows you to record all your property around the farm, take pictures, upload the details, save it onto the cloud. We do not have access to it, but it's for you. If it is stolen, you have a physical digital inventory of it and you're able to email it to the investigating guard or report it stolen.
So how do farmers or property owners get that? They just go online like you would with any other app, and what do they look for?
Google Play Store or the Apple Store and just put in Garda Síochána or property app and it'll come up.
And you mentioned there, it's about changing behaviour and maybe not being so complacent about security around a farm or around a rural dwelling. We see particularly, as news journalists on a weekly basis, it just seems to be common, and I know in Garda Síochána are very good on social media for quickly getting on the case and putting up pictures of something that goes missing or something that was stolen. But we're seeing a lot more of, quads being stolen, generators, and even recently €16,000 worth of grass seed was stolen, which is sort of unusual. Are things like that, are incidents like that opportunistic in that they could be driving by and see the door of a Jeep open, or are they more thought out?
It's a mix of being targeted and a mix of opportunistic.
Absolutely, and this is one thing that IFA and crime prevention in conjunction with Garda Síochána, we're trying to remind farmers who are very busy. Security and crime prevention isn't always in the foreground. And as a constant reminder, and opportunities like Ploughing, and opportunities like county executives to remind them, the Tullamore shows and so on and so forth, that we keep it at the forefront, and particularly with your previous caller Alice, through farm families, for health and safety, and for security / crime prevention, that we keep it up there in the agenda as we head into the change of daylight hours over the coming month, and when a lot of crime occurs in those particular times, longer hours, darkness, that we, in conjunction with the Garda Síochána, the Light Up, Lock Up campaign, Graham and the Gardaí launched that. We supported with follow-on, with emails and with online, and to make our farmers aware and keep it up there. As Graham mentioned, leaving keys in quad bikes, and leaving tools and doors and sheds open. These people drive in, see it there, and there's a lot of scouting goes on. This is another thing. There are cases where people, under the guise of calling and offering services, we call it bogus traders and callers, and we advise people, unless you're going to get a receipt, unless you get a reference from somebody else about the particular case, no thanks, I don't need the service, and we don't engage. And again, it's community driven. Property marking, community driven. Trying to get communities together, and then there's signage that's put up in the communities to say this is a property marking area, and it does that, and it has worked in a turn. This scheme started off as a pilot in Cavan Monaghan district 5 years ago and was a great success. There was a 75% reduction in theft and burglaries because of property marking in those areas. So putting that out there in the farming and rural communities does a great deal, and you have then the farm families and the younger generation reminding the older generation, we need to do this, we need to be safe and secure. But then particularly with type of products and services and CCTV and the changing in technologies and the usefulness of technology, which farmers and rural dwellers are very good at, innovative and creative for machinery and for farming processes. This is the security process, the safety process. And that's what we just try to achieve all the time in crime prevention, is to keep it up there, keep it in people's minds.
And Barry, I'm sure there have been many members of the IFA that have experienced theft or burglary. Like, it's not just a burglary, and I know on Garda Síochána day in, day out are dealing with people ringing up, reporting thefts and so on. But to each farm, if a quad is taken or a tractor is taken or a jeep is taken off a farm, what kind of impact does that have to that farm or that family?
Well, first of all, there's the loss of the item. It's the business interruption, and it is a business interruption. There's the cost then of the insurance implication. There's the replacement cost again, and there may be financing, you see, on the particular item that's been taken, whether it's a tractor, trailer, and the top items are trailers, quad bikes, tractors, etc., and farm machinery, power tools, all of those specific things. And you're right, they have to be replaced, and that's the financial burden. And then if insurance-wise, there are implications for access, etc., and those are huge implications. And it is, but if somebody being on your property, it's a farm invasion, somebody's in your home, if it's a burglary, people go, oh, and they think again, and there's a distress in families when this occurs. It's not like you break a piece of glass and you sweep it up and you put a new pane of glass in. Somebody's been in your home, gone through your personal items, someone's been in your shed, you haven't seen them. So there's that worry and constant fear that it brings into the community, the fear of crime. People actually have a fear of crime more than actually the crime itself. And that's something that we try to achieve by making people alert, making people aware, and then IFA, in partnership with the Garda Síochána, out there all the time. We speak together in lots of various formats. I speak with all the other crime prevention officers at executive meetings to keep it just, not to frighten people off, to let people know that we're there, and good advice given in relation to lighting, CCTV, lock-up, and taking practical measures and steps.
Sergeant Kavanagh, you and your colleagues go out to these farms and, you take reports if something does go missing, and I'm sure, families are shook enough when you go out.
Just the whole mental trauma, it does affect mental health, particularly if they've been targeted a number of times. It really affects them. Part of what we do, I suppose, we're constantly giving out crime prevention advice, and people sometimes listen, sometimes they don't. But where ultimately we're trying to get to, as we do this together, is to make it less of a reactive process and more of a proactive process, that it becomes actually, you change the habit, they do something. Because we find a lot of the time, it's the simple things, it's the change of habit. If you do that, it can actually eliminate a lot of the criminal activity that goes on. I heard President of the ICA speaking earlier in a piece about a clean yard. And that's a huge thing. I mean, if I drive into the yard and a scrap metal left lying around, that's a target. But if I can actually give that a home, so if the local GA club is doing a scrap metal collection, or you offload that stuff and get rid of it as soon as possible, that's reducing the target.
Absolutely.
Something less to target them.
And as we head in, as Barry said, to the longer nights now and the darker evenings over the next couple of months, and there are many farmers here today, there are many people maybe who aren't farming but living in rural kind of isolated areas. I'm going home to a rural area myself. What am I not thinking about? Is there any short tips that you can give me now and say, Stella, when you go home this evening, be it your own property, be it your family home, think of these couple of things and I bet you, it'll stand to you.
So we used the lock-up, light-up piece, and we were discussing this. Electricity, price has gone up, lighting, but LED lights, dusk till dawn lights, but the LED version, cheaper to run, checking sheds, there's an American term, the 9 p.m. routine, checking around the yard before you go to bed, make sure things are locked up. The big thing is, I know myself in rural communities, there's actually a bit of movement, even during the night, from people, law-abiding people. If you see something you don't like the look of, report it. I still get this, and I'm out doing this. I have the Dublin accent, but I'm living in rural Laois. I know it and I see it. If you see something that doesn't right, report it to us. You're not annoying us. We'd rather know about it now than be dealing at 6 o'clock in the morning, 7 o'clock in the morning with a theft. So deal with it now, and you never know, that report could lead to somebody's property being recovered. So making sure there's nothing left in the cars, keys are taken out of the vehicles in the yard, locking up the sheds. If you have a house alarm, use it. checking this. If you do have CCTV, clean it. People get it and they never clean it.
That's true. I think a lot of people wouldn't even think to do that. You know, you get a clearer picture. Obviously, we get all sorts of weather in Ireland. You have leaves
Cobwebs.
and sideways rain, cobwebs, everything like that, you know, covering, you know, I suppose cameras, and that could really help as well. Even if nothing happens in your yard, if you've maybe CCTV, a camera that shines out to your front and you see a car passing to another area, you know, it could really help the guards if they're following up on another incident.
Well, it's better looking at that, being able to try and identify something, than looking at a spider going across it and a load of cobwebs, you know. And unfortunately, my colleagues that are investigating, that's quite a lot of what we end up with. That's no use.
And I do think this is the time of year, particularly as well, older people who might be living alone in rural areas. I think maybe younger neighbours can really like tie into getting in touch with their more older neighbours and just checking in on them as we come into the dark nights, Barry.
I'm going to let Barry finish it, but one thing, and I'd be shot if I didn't mention it.
Yeah.
Older people, senior alert schemes, dependents and the alarms, please wear them. Please wear them. They're no use in a drawer. Wear them if you have it. And your local community alert or local group will help you get one if you want one, or your community guards. But if you get them, please wear them.
Yeah, the community alert system, I think, really worked over the last number of years. I know every village and townland in my particular area has the community alert, and I know Dad often gets the texts there. As you said, Sergeant Kavanagh, it might be nothing, but Barry, it might be something. It's worth saying it.
You know, we started a campaign in conjunction with Garda Síochána for COVID, where we gave practical tips and advice. And the big thing was, for lockdown when it was coming, that people couldn't get out to see each other. But again, it was coming to the gate, saying hello to the next door neighbour. And that community, something that Irish people are well known for, the caring in it. And if you didn't see that, you know, a phone call, hello, how are you? It's your next door neighbour. This is your, you know, your next door neighbour might be 1.5 miles down the road in certain circumstances, but to bring that community spirit back in. And the other thing too was WhatsApp group. It worked in a particular area. They had difficulties, but the big thing that Graham said, communities know that there's something aloof. If you see vans parked up, if you see something that's out of it, 999 112, not the local Garda station. That's been an agreement with the Garda Síochána. It goes into a central system. Ambulance, fire or Gardaí, please, like to report on suspicious activity, air code number or this address. It's a road number or 257 or whatever it is, and giving specific, a car is dispatched to investigate, you know, and that type of community information coming into Garda Síochána can prevent the criminals' access in particular areas, because no one knows better than, I saw a van down the road. Really? You know, don't be waiting to find out that, you know, the 16,000 euros worth of grass taken out of the local agri store, or somebody has been burgled, or the quads have been taken. And again, these particular schemes have worked in a number of areas around the country where communities, 300 people on WhatsApp groups, you know, linked into the community text alert, all of those particular things working together, but a real community sense has worked in certain areas, and we're going back to that again. And all of the things like the Garda apps, you know, the surveys that are going, all of the things that are coming together at this moment in time. Yesterday was the Minister for State at Justice Brown and Minister McEntee launched the Rural Action Plan for, and all of those things coming together. There are those specific pieces there that are beneficial to all the communities and linking into them.
Absolutely, and as Sergeant Kavanagh said, it's about being proactive. So I suppose one proactive action is to download. You might remind us of that app again, Sergeant
The
Kavanagh.
Garda app, it's on the Play Store or an Apple Store. It's Garda Síochána, if you type it in, it comes up as on Garda Síochána, and it's a property app, very simple to set up, very simple. The one important thing, we're lucky enough coming out of the last 2 years, getting to meet people again, physical meetings. Every Garda division has a crime prevention officer. Contact the station if you want to speak to us. We're more than happy to link in with you. We regularly meet the IFA. Before COVID, we used to do meetings with them in conjunction with each other. But that's how we get the message out and try and engage with you.
Well, it's definitely important to be proactive so that it leads to prevention, as you said, because as Barry mentioned there, it is a sad situation when someone does invade someone's personal property, you know, comes on site or takes something from their home. So let's hope the numbers of crime go down and down and down each year as people do become more proactive and more vigilant. Thank you very much for joining us on our live panel discussion today. That's Sergeant Graham Kavanagh, a Crime Prevention Officer with An Garda Síochána, and Barry Carey, the Crime Prevention Executive with the IFA. Thank you for joining us. We'll head back now to the ploughing site where the AgriLand team are out and about carrying out more interviews.
I'm here now with James Power, co-founder of AgriGuardian, a platform that's looking to improve farm safety. Now, farm safety is a really serious topic. We know that the farm is the most dangerous workplace in Ireland and the numbers are far higher than they should be. So look, we're going to talk all things farm safety. James, thank you for joining me.
Thank you very much for having me.
So listen, AgriGuardian, it's relatively new. You actually just launched this
Launched on Monday, yeah.
Great.
Yep.
So listen, do you want to tell us a bit about the concept of AgriGuardian and how it works?
So we came up with the concept when I was doing my green search maybe 5-6 years ago. Would have done that safety module. I think everyone would be familiar with the black line fatalities that have been there for the past 20 years. We really dug into those statistics and we see that 66% of farm fatalities in the last 5 years are over 65s and under 16s.
Okay.
So from there then we decided to build our platform and features around what would be the best way to address what we see are the leading causes of fatalities.
Okay.
And the real driver home we see for the under 16s is that message coming across constantly of I just didn't realise they were there. And our three features are built solely around that.
Okay, I suppose, you know, farm deaths, it's terrible, but like looking to the near misses, we don't even have the figures on them, and you know, they could be so much higher, and it's those that you're trying to prevent as well as the fatal accidents. So I think you have a feature about zone warnings. Can you talk to me a little bit about that? What would be a dangerous zone?
So yeah, we have two types of zones on our application, and when a guardian or parent, as we say, sign up, they open up Google Maps and it's the satellite image of your farm, and you can mark areas like where the slurry pit is, maybe where machinery is operating, where dangerous animals are housed, and equally you can mark out places like safe zones. So we tell everyone mark out the back garden and that. And if any of the kids are to leave a safe zone or enter a danger zone, all guardians that are registered on our app are alerted. So we tell everyone to sign up, mum, dad, grandparents, and there is no limit to the users can be added to our subscription.
Okay, so how does it work then? Would a child be carrying a device then, and that device would maybe locate where they are, and if they enter a safe zone, it will ping the guardian? Is that how? Is something like that?
Something like that, yeah. So if they're of smartphone age, and we do see that actually the 10 to 16-year-old smartphone age children are the more at high risk children, and we know that if they have a smartphone, it's the one thing we can guarantee they will have on them at all times.
Yeah.
So if they have a smartphone, they just need our app on their phone, and that's it. For the kids that aren't of smartphone age yet, they can get one of these watches like I'm wearing here, and these will be available in January. And they'll be in the 3 stores. We have a partnership with 3, and we have a partnership with AXA Insurance as well.
Okay, so if you're a parent and you're living on a farm and your child wants to go out to play, you might just slap the watch on their wrist, and you can have a bit of peace of mind then that they're playing safely outside.
And even though these look a little bit bulky initially, we have tested it and we have seen the kids actually like wearing them all the time, because there's 2 cameras in these. There's a camera here and a camera here, so they're snapping pictures of the farm all around. And there's a step counter and some of the traditional things they would used to have seen it in smartwatches. And we do know from talking to parents, they all want a smartwatch because they see their older siblings and their parents with Fitbits, and they want to know how many steps to do and things like that.
Yeah, I suppose it's a bit of a trend now.
Yeah, it
it's
is
very
a trend.
cool. They nearly do look like the Apple Watch and everything.
They look a little bit like the Apple Watch, and we have them here in different colours, and we have blue ones as well, and we have grey ones, and we're working on getting in some green ones as well, so we can get some variety in for different people.
Okay, very cool, very trendy, and that's always important, I suppose. And what about the other features then? I think there's a proximity warning. Is that something different to the zone warning?
Yeah, so there's the 3 features. The alert zones are the safe and danger zones. The proximity alert, you switch that on, and if they come within 40 metres of you, your phone will alert. And the use case for that is, say, dad driving to the tractor. As I'm telling a lot of people here today, I designed all the features when I was about that high and all the stupid things I did at that age and trying to learn from it. And then the 3rd feature is an anchoring alert. So you switch that on, and if they go more than 40 metres away from you, your phone will alert. And we really say that we're bringing the smallies up and trying to educate them around some of the hazards and dangers on the farm.
Okay, so I suppose that 3rd feature then could be actually you could bring them out and say to them, you know, look, the slurry pit's over there, the bull is over there, whatever it is, and you know, that's when you teach them.
Yeah, and education comes first when it comes to safety. We do recognise that. We're not in any way trying to replace education. It is the most important thing, but in trying to educate them in a safe manner, and then this gives you an extra layer of protection as well.
Okay, and you know, this is obviously something, farm safety, that's close to your heart. Is that part of the reason why you came up with it?
Absolutely. Well, I grew up on a dairy farm in County Waterford, and then I did engineering in UL after that, and my dad was something always of an inventor of me growing up, so it's always been of interest of mine to try and come up with some idea. And when I just spotted that there was a real important problem to be solved, and I was like, you know,
I've loved the last 2 years developing this. They've been like the most exciting 2 years of my career and work life anyway, and try and make a meaningful indent in what is a very serious problem.
Yeah, absolutely. It is extremely serious, and you know, we hear numbers and figures and statistics all the time, and they are shocking. I mean, you think about some of the jobs that are out there, people going up on scaffolding, building, just crazy things, and yet we still hear that line repeated that the farm is the most dangerous place. And look, I suppose, has there been much interest? Because everybody talks about farm safety now, so are you seeing that reflected in the crowds at the event?
Absolutely, no, we're getting huge interest and great feedback from people here, which is great to see and very encouraging for us as a new company. And I say we've two very strong partners in AXA and Tree Mobile, and they really see our message as well, and they've get behind us, giving us fantastic support to bring us here, which is a great boost for us as a small company as well.
I'm sure it is, yeah. And talk to me about the launch on Monday. So this product, I imagine there was a series of research and development stages, and you got to the point where you were able to launch there on Monday. How did that go?
The launch was a lot of late nights last week, and I think about 10 hours sleep in 4 days sort of thing, but that's to be expected.
Yeah.
So yeah, we're on the Google Play Store since Monday. We'll have the Apple version of the app coming in 3 weeks' time, and that's because there's a massive GDPR component into what we do, as we are tracking minors. But really exciting times for us. You know, it's I said 2 years in the making, so it's nice to finally get it out there and to be greeted so warmly by all potential customers out there, and they get the message on what we're trying to do as well, so that's really great.
Okay, perfect. Well listen, James, thank you so much for joining me, and the very best of luck over the rest of today, and I hope the event this week went well for you. So
thank you very much, really appreciate it.
Best of luck, and hopefully we'll get the word out there.
We're down here in the Innovation Arena with some of the latest innovations in agri, and I'm delighted to be joined here by Jim Ryan of Carbon Assist.
William, welcome. Thank
Jim,
you for
Carbon Assist. Can you tell me a bit about it?
Well, Carbon Assist came from, I suffered back trouble there in my late 30s. I ran into wicked lower back trouble, and you know, dairy and January, you know, you get wicked busy and a lot of cows calving, and a lot of them just kind of need a help along. So kind of when I was a younger man, I was able to pull them, but when my back was giving me bother, I couldn't. So I just came up with this idea that this fella, this is my Carbon Assist. It goes around here. The key to it is where it's positioned. It sits under your backside. So the idea of it is, if a cow just needs a help along, you just kind of tackle on and you sit back. So you're using the strength in your legs. There's no pull on the lower back. So for safety reasons, I just developed this little, if you just hold that, if you just hold that fella for a sec, I just invented this little thing that if you're pulling in a shade and you had to get out quick, just open this, lad, and you're instantly released. So you're not held. Like chatting to people here for the last couple of days, you'll be shocked the amount of people that just put a rope around their backside and pull out the calves that way. So this is just safer, you know. That's kind of that's the key to it. It's safer and it protects the back, you know.
And
so
it's quite a simple bit of kit, but was there much development in
there was a bit now in getting the release mechanism right. There was a little bit in that, and just the material I made it out. I had to make it out of something very strong, but also will last. So that's that's where it was. But also, you know, just kind of highlighting that this has been fantastic now. The amount of people that have seen it this week has been huge. So huge interest. If half the people get back to me, we'll have huge sales. So that was kind of it. The enterprise winning the award now was a massive help to it as well.
Absolutely. You know what I mean? And what's the cost of the Carbon
Assist? The cost of it is 140 with 140 euros and 10 euros delivery, 150.
Absolutely,
so if it saves your back, that'd be my argument. If it saves your back to small money, because it's just helping you at a time of the year when you're busy. You know, that time, January, February, dairy farms are very, very busy. So if you can come out there at 9 o'clock and there could be one with the legs out, if you can gently get them out and get a bottle of milk and get into bed maybe a half an hour quicker, it's worth having.
Absolutely. And as you said, like for the €150, just to alleviate maybe years worth of back pain.
Exactly. And like it's made out of stainless steel, so it won't ever rust or anything like it. You know what I mean?
No real maintenance needed on this.
No. Just don't lose it over the summer now.
So what have the sales been like so far since the launch?
Yeah, just probably been a bit slow because there was no plough match last year. It should have been at the plough match last year, but we missed last year. But like, hopefully this now will really catapult it on from here to Christmas. You know, it's kind of like a Christmas tree. People want them around Christmas time, you know, and after that then they don't want one. So it's just to highlight it from here to there. You know what I mean?
No, it's a fantastic innovation, Jim.
I
So
appreciate
hopefully
that,
best of luck with it.
Yeah, and I appreciate you coming down. Thanks a million. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Welcome back to the Agriland Pavilion here at the Ploughing Championships, and on our live stage now I'm joined by MACRA National President John Keane. Thank you for joining us today, John. First of all, I'll talk to you about the MACRA rebrand. We were here at a fantastic event last night at the Ploughing where MACRA has got a new look. Tell us how that came about.
Thanks very much for having me on, Stella. So over the past couple of years we've, I suppose, adopted within the organisation. We've our young farmers focus is still very important to us, and we've brought in the element of focusing on rural youth and the issues that are affecting young people in rural Ireland. And we've adjusted, I suppose, the image of the organisation, and I think part of the culmination of that was the launch of the logo and the new brand last night, the MACRA brand. It's in fitting with the organisation's history as we've developed over the past 77 years. We still have the nod to the past and to our founder Stephen Culnan, but we're also looking forward to the future and to engage the future generations of young people within rural communities. So it is a hugely positive step for the organisation, and we're looking forward to the months ahead to re-engage and get back to our membership.
Of course, everyone was trying to engage virtually over the last number of years through COVID, but now that you're getting back to in-person events, you've had this new rebrand, a new, I suppose, really a reimagining of MACRA and trying to get out to more people. Are you hoping you'll be able to get more members into the party?
Absolutely. I mean, it's an exciting time to be involved in MACRA. The young people that we've seen coming through the tent over the ploughing match over the past 3 days just has been a breath of fresh air, really. You know, people from 17 years of age to some of our ex-MACRA members of 80 years of age coming back and telling us stories about their time in MACRA. So it's absolutely a fantastic opportunity for the organisation to get out there into new areas, into new communities, to reconnect with our existing membership base and to grow it. I mean, we've 11,000 members at the moment, and our ambition is to certainly grow that into the future and to be the authentic voice for rural people in rural Ireland.
Let's talk about rural Ireland and making a living in rural Ireland nowadays, particularly for the younger farmer. How is it possible, or, you know, with everything that is being asked of farming and agriculture at the moment, is there a viable and sustainable future for young farmers in any sort of agricultural sector, or is it specific, or what are the challenges that they're experiencing?
So I think first of all we're entirely optimistic and hopeful that there is a future in farming for all young people. I think the past few days around the ploughing match here has really heartened me. If you look around at the amount of young people who've attended over the past 3 days, there's huge numbers of young people here. Sadly, that doesn't reflect in the numbers of young farmers actively farming at the moment. We've about 5% of the active farming population under 35, and we need to change policy for that. The government are aware of that. They need to invest in those kind of technologies and in the policies that would deliver for young people. In terms of the challenges that we face, the common theme that always has come up for young farmers over generations and over time has been really around three critical issues. They are around access to land, they're around access to finance, and they're around the transitionary period of which they take over from, be it their parents or people that they take over land from. Those are the three key challenges that our members and that young farmers keep coming back to talk to us about. But we've got young farmers in all sectors, and they're optimistic for the future in terms of being economically viable. They're optimistic in terms of providing an opportunity to meet their climate ambitions and to meet the environmental ambitions. And what they need to facilitate that is investment in those technologies that will deliver, but also greater investment in themselves to allow the young people to adopt those practices.
One of the aspects that you said there was access to land. That's an important one for young farmers.
Absolutely.
And I suppose, how can that generational renewal be supported if, you know, farmers are farming and continuing to farm into late retirement? You know, we were just in our previous panel there discussing the options for farmers to retire. Like, a lot of older farmers keep working because they haven't enough credits to get their pension and so on. So how can what avenues are there to young farmers if they really do want to get eventually, because every young farmer, I'm sure, is ambitious and wants to have their own legacy and their own land at the end of the day. You know, what avenues can they explore?
So I think the key thing for young farmers is they want to be able to make the decisions. They want to build their business. They want to be the change makers on their family farm, on their farms. And the obstacles for the older farmers, and we've spoken to loads of them over the past number of days, they've called into us to tell us about what they think should be done to facilitate their retirement or their stepping back from farming. And the common theme, as you've rightly said there, has been financial security. Older farmers who are at the retiring age or into their 70s are looking at their financial viability, their financial security for their partners, for their families, and they're saying to themselves, well, if I don't continue to farm, what is going to be my income to sustain myself long into the future? And there the question has to be asked of our policymakers of, why are we not delivering an on-farm succession scheme that delivers a financial package for older farmers to give them that security to step back from farming, while also allowing the younger farmers to step forward, allow them to have the investment support, allow them to have the supports that we have under CAP, improve them and increase them, so that both aspects, both the younger farmer and the older farmer, have financial security. We had a retirement scheme in farming in the mid-2000s that got a lot of negative publicity in some circumstances, but the positive of it was the number of farmers that transferred land to younger farmers. We had thousands of farms that were transferred from older generations to younger generations, facilitated in that scheme. The issue with that scheme was if the older farmer was seen with their Wellingtons on outside the back door, that their payments were at risk. And there was many occasions where a farmer might be carrying a bale of hay or helping out to move cattle along a road, and their payments were at risk because they were deemed to be farming. So what we need, and what we've seen from a young farmer's point of view, is we need the young farmers to be able to step forward, but we can't neglect and forget the experience that the older farmers have to impart on younger generations, that there must be a way through that succession scheme that older farmers can still be available on farm, can still help out on farm, and can provide that invaluable long-term experience that they have. Because as a young farmer of 30 years of age, we realise we don't know everything. We might think we know everything, but as time goes on, we realise that those that have went before us have been incredibly ambitious and have grown agriculture from where it was in the 1970s and 80s to where we are now, and we have a huge amount to learn from them. So simply retiring that knowledge and that experience is something which would be a huge mistake. So we need to harness all of that.
Yeah, we had Alice Doyle from the IFA. She's the Farm Family Chair with the IFA on a previous panel here today, and she was talking about the whole, I suppose, sensitivity around succession, and that it needs to be, desensitized really, in the benefit of both the older farmer and the younger farmer, in that both have something to contribute. The experience on one side, the new ways and enterprising ways on the other side, and that the attitude should change, that if a farmer is signing over land, they're not signing their death warrant or that's it, hang up the welly boots at that stage, that partnerships can work very well in that sense as well for a period of time.
Absolutely. I mean, we've seen the transition from older generations to younger generations being facilitated more recently through on-farm partnerships. Myself, I'm involved with my parents in an on-farm partnership, and it's a transition over a 5 to 7 year period where my parents are stepping back from making the decisions and managing the farm, and where I'm stepping forward to make those decisions. But crucially, there is a financial security for my parents and for myself as we move forward. Now, the important thing to remember is that we have a lot of family farms, and if you look at the National Farm Survey data, it will show that classification of vulnerable farms in terms of economics and in terms of income. And to, I suppose, put forward as being the sole solution that we can have people in partnerships to provide the financial security for older generations, simply on those smaller scale farms, on some of our beef farms, on some of our tillage and sheep farms, it just doesn't simply work because the pie is not big enough to provide both incomes for both sides. And that's why you need that succession scheme and the support for the older farmers to step back and to do that. And I think I know we're a young farmers organisation, but from speaking to older farmers, they feel as if they've been put into a box of denying that these changes need to happen, and denying that succession needs to happen, or denying that climate change is an issue, or denying that the environmental things need to change. the reality is that if we put ourselves in their shoes, the policy environment that they started farming in 30 and 40 years ago is not the policy environment that we find ourselves in today. I mean, in 1990s and the 1980s, farmers were putting out 450 kilograms of nitrogen a hectare. And that was what policy and that's what education was telling farmers to do at that time. We've moved to 30 years later and we've brought them with us, and they've developed the industry that we see on show here today around the ploughing match. And we need to bring those farmers with us to show them that there is an opportunity for them to still be part of their farm, to provide that knowledge, to have the financial security, but also that they can support the younger generation to come forward and allow them the freedom to make decisions. And as young people, we're going to make mistakes. It's absolutely natural that we're going to make mistakes. We're going to make the decisions that don't work out, but we're going to learn from them.
Can I just touch on land mobility? Now, in many cases, this is something positive and can work for a lot of farmers. But we do hear from farmers as well who feel that, land mobility schemes where they take land, can work or should be pushed upon them, but it doesn't suit them because some people feel, no more than someone who's renting for a long time in their life and they just want to own a home, that there's no option, I suppose, at the end of it, and they get nothing really for their own legacy at the end of it. Do you feel all farmers should be supported? Like there should be different avenues. If land mobility doesn't work, something else should be there available to support those farmers?
I think we need, because in Ireland we must remember there is a strong connection to ownership of land. I think the average is that land is for sale once every 400 years in Ireland. I think that's what it works out at. So we have to be cognizant of the history that we have in Ireland and our connection that we have to the land and producing food, and the security that offers people from rural Ireland. We can't forget that as being intrinsic to us, and the proudness that we have of where we come from. I think the opportunity of land mobility through the service that we have within Macra na Firma called the National Land Mobility Service, it offers a wide range of options and solutions for people who are stepping back and who want to step forward. They come in the form, as you said, of leases, of partnerships, of share milking arrangements in certain cases, of share contracts in beef farmage and tillage farmers. These are all options that are afforded to younger farmers to step forward and older farmers to step back. And what it provides is, it provides an opportunity for younger farmers to build that capital reserve and that capital background that will allow them in time to have a capital reserve that allows them to compete with established farmers for either the purchase of land or for long-term lease of land. Because young farmers are finding it increasingly difficult when they're looking to lending institutions to get the financial backing to provide them with the support they need to purchase land, because they're competing with established farmers who have larger enterprises who obviously, if you're in a bank manager's shoes, would go, well, they have a larger repayment capacity than somebody who's coming forward. But we need a mature conversation and we need to develop those solutions from our lending providers and through the financial instruments at a European level to provide that support for young farmers to step forward, to have the ability, to have the capital to eventually to purchase land. And that's where we must move forward to.
Finally, John, I just want to ask you, we've spoken there about the economic sustainability and the reality of just having an income and working every day and making sure you can feed your own family and feed yourself at the time. But let's talk about something else that's quite important to young farmers. And I suppose that involves succession, access to land, having a future for themselves as well, and that's mental health. Now, at this time of year, we don't necessarily need to be talking about people who have gone into a deep depression and can't farm or, don't see an outlet for themselves. At this time of year, as and particularly in light of the requirements that are coming in for farming nowadays, maybe it's a young farmer who's actually just taken the reins and finally taken over a dairy enterprise, and that's daunting enough to take over a dairy enterprise. You're now the decision maker, not your parents anymore, and all of a sudden you're being asked or required to do all these, a lot of responsibility. You have to now meet environmental criteria. You might just get anxious, and anxiety is, as important as depression, in taking care of yourself. Are young farmers supporting each other? Is it still a taboo? Are they getting better at communicating?
I think the whole farming sector as a whole needs to, step back and examine where we are in terms of the conversation around mental health and mental well-being. We all speak about the crisis and the result of the crisis, which unfortunately and many times ends up in people losing their lives. That's the very tip of the iceberg. The Titanic hit an iceberg and that's the very top of it. all that goes underneath it is what leads to that point. So you have, as you mentioned, the anxiety, the stress, and it's about normalising that conversation among all farmers is what we all have a responsibility to do in the ag sector. And that stress is from a small thing of worrying about feed for next winter, worrying about having the financial capacity to meet your feed merchant bills at the end of the month, to who's coming after me, who's taking on this farm. From a young farmer's perspective and within the organisation in Macra, we're lucky that we have people who are engaged, who are coming forward to speak about that. And we have a programme within Macra called Make the Move that has, I suppose, championed mental health and has been at the forefront of it. And in the next few months we're going to be into the Teagasc Ag colleges to provide a pilot programme to students directly in the colleges about self-care and about awareness and about speaking about mental health to try and break down that stigma. And we've also been lucky enough with the support of FBD to begin a national support service for farmers that we hope to roll out in 2023, where all farmers across rural Ireland will have the opportunity to access a rural support service that will provide them with rural empathy on the issues that affect them. I think the conversation has moved among young people, that we now are speaking about it. We now are openly discussing, pressures that we're experiencing and relating that to one another. And from a whole of farming sector point of view, to bring all the actors and all the older generations with us to make sure that the stigma is not there. If I have a hurling related injury with me here today, and every second person that I meet is asking me, what happened and are you okay and what's the problem? That's because it's very visible. When people have a mental health pressure, whether that be from stress or anxiety or worry or a relationship issue, it's hidden. It's not across our forehead, it's not dressed up in a plaster Paris, it's hidden. So taking the time to start that conversation is going to be crucially important, and I have no doubt as the years develop, as the young people come forward and open up those conversations and speak about it and the pressures that you're feeling, we will certainly move forward the dial, and the institutions in agriculture have a very important role to play in that also.
Absolutely. Well, look, thank you very much for joining us, National President of Macra na Feirme, John Keane. Thank you very much for joining us on our panel today. And of course, we will be focusing on more interviews on farmer rural life, community well-being over the next couple of hours. And we'll be focusing on some agri-tech innovations as well. And do stay tuned to our live stream today, because we'll be speaking to the woman at the heart of it all here in Ratheniska, Managing Director of the National Ploughing Association, Anna May McHugh. But for now, we'll head back out to the ploughing site where the AgriLand team are interviewing some more interesting people.
Megan here, and I'm back in Ratheniska for day 3, the final day of Ploughing 2022, and I'm joined here by Fabian Priot. Fabian, thanks for joining me.
Yes, it's nice to see you.
So look, we're here at the Herdwatch stand, and Herdwatch is really a platform, I suppose, to make things easier for farmers in terms of herd management. It also is really geared at going towards a paperless management system and streamlining things in that kind of way. So do you want to tell me a little bit about how the system works, I suppose, maybe start off with why go towards technology rather than paper?
Yeah, I think you've captured the essence of Herdwatch there in a few words, fair play. It is really about making farmers' lives easier.
Yeah.
And I'm often asked, who's your biggest competitor? And it's not actually a smart answer, but it's pen and paper. Because over 80% of farmers still only have pen and paper to manage their herds, which in this day and age, is kind of hard to believe.
It is.
And so we came in nearly 10 years ago now with this paperless solution, or at least as paperless as we can get it. And Herdwatch really takes farmers from that pen and paper stage into the digital era. But the key there is to do it in the most simple way possible.
Yeah,
and that's really what we try and do. So getting going on Herdwatch is very, very easy. And usually what happens is farmers come to us with issues or worries around compliance, right? All to do with recording your treatments, recording your movements, recording your calf registrations. That's sort of the main reason why people join. And sometimes it's even hard to explain to them how much time and hassle they will save using the product. And the best way we find is say, listen, just give it a go. And 9 times out of 10, they come back to us saying, I don't know how I managed before. So that's the best way I can describe it to you, because it's just it's transformational is the word I would use, for farmers to go from pen and paper to a digital system.
Yeah, because I mean there is so many things to think about. There's so many jobs. You're talking registrations, treatments, breeding. There's just an endless amount of things to keep track of. And you mentioned there that still 80% of farmers are using pen and paper, and that in this day and age that is kind of hard to believe. But I suppose, is that maybe because there's a little bit of skepticism among farmers about technology? It is slightly new for them. Are they thinking to themselves, oh, I don't know now, like how's that going to go, and maybe my data and things like that? Is that something you've come up against?
A little bit, but it isn't. I think it's a journey essentially, and I never like to sort of single out farmers from any other business, area out there. For me, they're business people, and if you give them a productivity tool like HerdWatch that saves them 3 hours a week, they will do it. Now, you always have that issue because they're going from pen and paper to digital.
Yeah.
That's a big step for anyone.
Yeah.
And you're asking those kind of questions. How hard is it? Will I be able to do it? My data, is it safe? So for example, those two things, I've already mentioned how easy it is to get going, and that's a fact. It's so easy. The second thing is, because we're a cloud-based service, when you enter information into your phone, it gets backed up to the cloud, saved to another place. So if you break your phone, you drive over it, I've heard all sorts of stories. You don't lose your records, everything is safe. So you just pick up another phone and log in, and you have all your records. So we address those things by trying to explain how easy it is and that there is no risk. And in fact, I always tell the story, and it's a true story. One of the early Ploughings, a dairy farmer came up to me and told me I was fantastic at keeping records. My blue book was always up to date, and then one day it fell on the dairy floor. Picked up the book. It was wet, dusted it off, put it on the shelf. When I went back to look at it again a few weeks later, all the pages were stuck together.
Okay, destroyed.
So he had the best records in the world, and I couldn't get to them.
Yeah, okay.
So this can't happen with HerdWatch, right?
Yeah.
And the other angle is, this is the kind of cherry on the cake. When you record in a book or on paper, you are never able to look back, say, that cow, that sheep.
Yeah.
What happened to them? What's their history? It's impossible to do in a book.
You can't search by a specific number, cow, whatever. Whereas, is that possible on HerdWatch?
Absolutely. So in a HerdWatch, you find a particular animal and you can see their whole history. Whereas treatments, breeding, anything else that happened to that animal, it's all there for you to see. So you could be walking around the field, even with no internet access. You see a cow there, she's lame. You check her out. Oh, that's the third time she's lame. You know that on the spot. So they're the little things that we try and explain to people who are maybe a little bit reluctant or hesitant.
Yeah, absolutely.
And usually it gets them over the line to kind of go, well, okay, it's a no-brainer.
Yeah, absolutely. And you mentioned there breeding, and I can see some lovely cattle here behind you on the poster. I suppose, dairy can be intensive, and we all know that, but a lot of the time when it comes to suckler farmers, people may say, well, it's just as intensive because a lot of suckler farmers have an off-farm job as well, and it can be hard to maybe keep such a close eye on their cattle and stuff like that. So where can HerdWatch come in for them in terms of maybe breeding and getting cows into calf quicker, and I suppose not missing heats and all of that kind of stuff, because it can be hard to really keep your focus on that when you're so busy doing other things. You may have another job, family, you're trying to juggle so many balls. So where can HerdWatch come in for things like that?
It's very true, and in fact I think we did a survey recently where we found that I think it was about 50% of our members have an off-farm job.
Yeah,
so you can just imagine, the level of, stress and, time that they don't have really. So you mentioned breeding, and it's obviously key for suckler farmers.
Yeah.
So we have a whole breeding module, which you can see actually on the screen that's on the wall behind us.
Okay.
And what that breeding module does is it helps farmers essentially virtually see what step of the breeding cycle they're at. Okay. All the way from insemination to calving, we have what we call these smart lists, right? Okay. And these smart lists tell you which cows have been inseminated, which cows might repeat and need to be washed, which cows are about to calve, and which cows are overdue. So you can't, it's almost impossible to miss something.
Yeah,
and that's what we like. But it's trying to do it in a way that's not overpowering. So because you could sort of, I suppose shower people with notifications and all sorts of alerts. It's trying to put it in a context. So there's another feature in the app called the Watchboard.
Okay.
And the job of the Watchboard is to tell you what do you need to worry about today.
Okay.
Okay. And it's you go to the watch board, and usually there's 2 or 3 different things. You know, for example, it could be these cows are about to calve. Watch them. You could have a couple of calves that were born 3 weeks ago that you haven't registered.
Okay.
And it tells you, make sure you register these calves.
Gentle reminder.
You know, gentle reminder. So on the breeding cycle, we've got a really, really good system. It's probably as good as we can get it without sort of hardware, which we don't, you know, get. We don't have hardware at the moment. So it's sort of the best you can get without going to the hardware level. And look, of course, as you probably know, we're part of FRS, Farm Relief, and a lot of those part-time farmers also sometimes need extra help.
Yeah,
and that's so we have a feature inside the app that allows people, again, you don't have the time to be going to potentially visit an FRS office or call somebody. We have a feature in the app called where you can book an FRS operator directly from within the app without having to, you know, even make a phone call. Pick the location, pick the type of work you're looking for, and that gets automatically sent to FRS. So it's just really, really good.
Yeah, and I suppose like it makes it easier for farmers in terms of, you know, you might log on to the app to check one thing or record one thing or whatever, and your eye flickers over to the corner and you see something and you remind yourself, you know, I totally forgot about that or whatever it is, because as you said, they're just juggling so many balls. And I remember, I suppose, you know, the TB regulations now have been deferred. We're looking at them coming in, I think, around February and stuff like that. And look, TB is something that it can be very stressful for farmers. They can be out of the game for a long time if they have a case and things like that. Is there anything connected to TB or maybe around what regulations are coming in or even reminders or anything? Do you take care of that in the app a little bit?
Yes, to a point. So we do what we can. Well, essentially, there's 2 things we do in the app. The first thing is we tell farmers we have one of those smart lists that I mentioned. Is essentially a smart list that shows them any animals that don't have a TB test date.
Okay.
So farmers can go in there and quickly see which animals haven't been tested potentially, right? And then the second one is actually a warning about animals that either are out of test, so their date has passed and they need to be retested, or animals that, God forbid, have failed the TB test. So it's sort of trying to be as proactive as we can. Being connected directly to the Department of Agriculture in terms of systems allows us to be sort of on the ball, you could say, in terms of being able to tell farmers as quickly as possible. But I know it's a very sort of stressful and developing story at the moment, so we're going to always try and do our best to help farmers.
Well, I suppose that's why it's great to be, I suppose, connected to the department. You're getting the most up-to-date, most accurate information. You're not fueling the rumour mill, I suppose. You know, it's just completely accurate, coming straight down from the regulatory body and all of that as well. So in terms of, we talked a little bit about cattle and all that. What else who else can use HerdWatch? I know maybe if you're a sheep farmer or whatever, can I use HerdWatch then, or am I out of the loop?
You can't use HerdWatch, but you can use FlockWatch.
Oh, okay. All right,
so
tell me about that.
FlockWatch is basically HerdWatch for sheep farmers. We worked on that for about 2 years.
Oh, brilliant.
And FlockWatch is essentially, it lives in the same app.
Okay.
I like to say they're 2 sides of the same coin. As you know yourselves, a lot of cattle farmers who also keep sheep. And FlockWatch is essentially our new product. It launched in March, so only 6 months ago, just about 6 months ago. And it's really captured sheep farmers' imagination. And essentially, it will help them. I mean, I'm not a farmer myself, but I've spoken with a lot of sheep farmers, and we have sheep farmers on our great team. And what they tell me is, as a sheep farmer, the hardest thing to do is to keep track of what's happening, particularly at lambing times, for example, or I suppose, what animals are performing well and what animals aren't performing well. So FlockWatch is that's the product that sheep farmers can go for. And the feedback we've had so far, I have to say, has been overwhelming. Really.
Positive.
Yeah, very, very positive.
Brilliant.
So we're delighted with that.
And Ploughing 2022, how's it been going for you so far?
In a few words, it's been the best ploughing ever. I mean, and look, obviously there was a lot of anticipation after people said 2 years, but to me it's 3 years. We missed 2, but that's 3 years ago. And we have a team of 15 people on site here. They've been amazing, talking to hundreds of farmers. Most of them members already, calling in to either ask us a question or mostly to tell us that they love the app, which is fantastic to hear, obviously. And getting lots of new members on board as well. And so it's been an amazing 2 days, 1 day 3 now, and I know it's a little bit damp outside, but it's certainly the spirits aren't damp at all.
I think the atmosphere will hold up. Listen, Fabian Priault, CEO and co-founder of HerdWatch, thank you so much for joining me.
Thank you.
And you're very welcome back to the Agriland Pavilion here at the National Ploughing Championships in Ratheniska. We're going to change topic now on the stage because we're going to focus on agri-technology, agtech as it's known very commonly, and the innovations that we are seeing in this very, very fast-moving space. And joining me here on the stage today is Padraig Hennessy, and Padraig is Chair of AgTech Ireland. We are also joined by Kieran O'Donoghue from AgriTech Cluster, but he is also the Educational Outreach Manager with the Munster Technological University, MTU, based at the Kerry campus there. And beside me here is Mark Hanrahan, and Mark is a sales engineer with the multi-award winning Unison Process Solutions. Gentlemen, thanks so much for joining us here in the Agriland Pavilion. Padraig, I might start with yourself. As I said, this is a very fast-moving sector. The innovation that we're seeing here on site and around the country from companies involved in agtech, it's, I suppose, the demand that's coming from the farming sector and the pressures that are on the farming sector. Companies are reacting to that demand and bringing forward new technologies all the time.
I suppose agtech has only really been started to be spoke about in the last 5 years. You could say agtech has always been around. At one stage a thrashing machine would have been agtech, but it's more and more focused with the adoption of sensors, artificial intelligence and communications from farms really has brought it now to the fore, where you're moving some of that technology that just happens on farm to the cloud, where you can actually analyse what's going on and return valuable information to the farmer. With the challenges that are there to be solved over the next 10 years for sustainability, we can't ask farmers to work any harder. We have to work smarter. And it's industry bringing solutions that will help farmers work smarter to hit those sustainability targets.
So is that pressing the fast forward button on the innovations and the thinking and the concepts, because the demand is there, the clock is ticking when it comes to climate emissions and everything that the pressures that are on the farm system, but also labour shortages. We've a whole cacophony of factors here.
Absolutely, and all of those are accelerating it. Industry will always respond if they see a demand, and we all know this demand is coming, that there's challenges that simply have to be solved. So industry is trying to step to the front and going, right, we're going to bring solutions to the market that can help with all of these challenges.
Yeah, and Kieran, I might bring you in here as well. I mean, this demand is coming from farmers. We see the appetite on the ground here for information from the farming community. They're engaging with companies such as Unison, and we'll hear about that in just a minute. In terms of the appetite for farmers to get on top of the latest technology, as Padraig rightly said, that's driving this innovation.
Absolutely. I mean, the appetite is there. I think the key thing is to get the match right between the technology solution and the application, and having the right, I suppose, fit in that respect. There's a real keen interest from the farming community to embrace the technologies. These technologies, I guess, can help us meet these big challenges we were just talking about. And there's various different technologies out there, from sensor systems, camera systems, gathering information that can help translate this information we have into usable decision-making information for farmers. And yes, farmers are very keen to know more about the technologies. We've seen it here over the last 3 days. There's huge interest in the Enterprise Ireland innovation arena and all the different innovations that are on display. And I think it's great to see it, and it's very important going forward. Because I think in the past we may have, to produce more food, which we need to do for feeding the growing population, in the past we might have intensified more in what we were doing. But now we know we need to balance that with protection of the environment, reduction in the emissions, now to meet the target we have of 25% reduction. We know that we need to do things differently, and technology can be a huge part in that change that needs to happen.
Tell us a little bit about the Agri Cluster. What is that?
Yeah, so what it is, I guess, is it's a cluster that's focused on accelerating the growth of the agri-tech industry in Ireland. So we see that Ireland is very well positioned to have an agri-tech industry that's known internationally, that has global recognition. We can do that because we have a strong agriculture background, and we can match that with our technology skills and developments that we have here in Ireland. What we're doing in the Agritech cluster is we're creating an organisation. We're a new organisation just created last year, into the second year now, and our focus is on bringing industry together with knowledge providers like researchers, like consultants, together with government supports and community input, and connecting all the dots in that space to support the growth of the companies.
Okay, and let's talk to a company here beside me, Mark Hanrahan from Unison Process Solutions. As I mentioned, a multi-award winning company. What does the company do?
So basically what we specialise in, we're an engineering company based in Limerick, and we manufacture and processing equipment. So we manufacture them in our base back in Limerick, where we have 25 employees at the moment. And as you said, it's all about innovation, and we started off by building a compact pasteuriser for small dairy farmers that wanted to sell milk direct through the traditional glass bottle. But what we've found in the last 18 months is that there's more emphasis on actually selling direct, and farmers want to get more value for their milk. And the technology that you mentioned we won a couple of awards for was the Smart Micro Dairy. And what it is, it's a modular unit where a pasteuriser and a vending machine are connected. So the farmer has minimal contact with the milk. All they have to do is connect the raw milk outside, controlled by an app on their phone, and then that's it. And once the milk goes low inside the vending machine, they'll get a text message to their phone, and they can decide how much milk they want to put into the pasteuriser then after that.
Fantastic. So this is all about saving time for the farmer, but also becoming very, very efficient as well.
Exactly, and with regards to this plug-and-play system, once the customer gets it on site, they're up and running within 1 day, depending on the department regulation. But what customers really want to do, they want to get more value for their milk, and that's why they're going direct to the public. And it is something that has been massive in the UK for the last number of years. And there was one farm in Ireland that brought it in 18 months ago, and we've seen 5 farms in Ireland actually doing it at the moment. And before the tail end of the year, there'll be another 8.
Fantastic. Padraig, I might bring you in here. When we see a company like Unison supporting these companies, are we seeing enough support from government here for companies starting off?
It's quite simply, I don't think so. I think Agriland is, or Agri-Tech has only started to be recognised as an industry on its own. Enterprise Ireland only this year has created an AgTech division. So there's a dedicated person in there now, which is fantastic from Enterprise Ireland. The local enterprise offices are fantastic at giving grants, but we can become a world leader in AgTech if we get all of the stakeholders together, and that's all across government. Teagasc, Enterprise Ireland, local enterprise offices, and industry together. We have the capabilities in Ireland to create a world-class AgTech ecosystem. We have a world-class technology system. We have a world-class agri system. We can combine the two and be absolute world leaders in the market.
But I suppose for young companies as well starting out, like all companies are facing increased costs. We're looking at increased energy costs as well. I mean, that's a huge pressure on companies.
It's a huge challenge going forward, and even the access to finance is going to become harder in the next year or two as well. I know some VCs are starting to pull back away from AgTech because it's a slower burn than many of the other sectors out there. You can scale fintech quite quickly. AgTech does take a bit longer, I think, to scale. It's farm by farm. However, it's solving some really important challenges out there. So it is difficult. The energy crisis is certainly difficult for a lot of companies, especially if you're a high energy user. But it's just a challenge that business models will have to slowly adopt to and to get around it and get through it.
Kieran, Padraig mentioned a very interesting topic there, funding, getting seed funding to get something off the ground. As you said, it takes a lot of confidence, it takes a lot of belief in a startup company when they're in that early stages, but that's vital to make sure they survive and that they can become something successful like Unison,
Yeah, absolutely, and I mean, there are questions that we're getting day in, day out. How do we get access to funding to do an innovation project? How do we get access to funding to invest in a new piece of equipment for production process, for example? And that's, I guess, in the Agritech cluster, that's what one of the things we're doing as a service. We're offering that sort of advice to companies if they would like to develop a new idea, be it for a product feature or for a process improvement, maybe to add some digitalization or automation. We can help support the development of the project idea, and then we can also help pursue the appropriate funding channel for those ideas.
And in terms of the demands from, say, angel investors or seed funds, are they looking for green credentials, Padraig? Are you seeing that kind of demand?
Yes, I think more and more, especially in the last couple of years, or even the last 6 months, I suppose, with the targets that need to be set. A lot of funds now are looking at the green credentials across all of their investments, because the world is changing, it's changing fast, and they need to react to that. So yes, it's a very, very important criteria now, I think, for a lot of VCs.
And are you seeing that, Mark, that demand from, I suppose, from the farmers as well, and from the general public, that these pieces of equipment, that they have to have the green credentials?
Absolutely, and at the end of the day, as the lads touched on, it's all about energy crisis and what a lot of people at this moment in time, and they're being put under pressure with regards to the emissions, trying to reduce. So they're trying to adapt and think, look, we need to get ahead of this before the clock is ticking. So that's why these guys are thinking, look, how can we adapt our farm and make it more sustainable? And even one farmer that I spoke with, he wants to actually bring the family back to the farm and create a viable business to actually bring his family members back to the farm. Yeah. And he says he wants to, look, he doesn't want to be a millionaire, he just wants to live comfortably and live comfortably for his family, and he's actually succeeded in that within 12 months.
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
That's what we're seeing more and more of this day and age.
Yeah, and I suppose in terms of patents, Padraig, that's obviously something that, you know, I have a great idea, I need to protect it.
I've seen this quite often, that people won't even share their idea in case somebody steals it. If you lock your idea in your safe at home, you know what, there's no point having the idea. You do need to take a chance at times. Absolutely, you should have IP protection on it where you can, but you do need to bring it a certain stage before you can even go down that route. So it's locking an idea away is no good. You need to get it out there, speak to people about it, speak to trusted people. Don't broadcast it to the world, but you certainly need to try and act on that idea without locking it away. So that's really, really important. There's no point having an idea unless you act on it.
Is the patent process tricky?
It is. I'm going through it myself at the moment. So it's important to get good IP advice, to be honest, of what sometimes a patent isn't the right way to go. In my opinion, a patent is only as good as how much money you're willing to put behind it to fight it. So it can be an initial barrier, but there's other elements of trademarks, design patents. So there's a lot of different ways you can help protect as well as trade secrets. So you don't always have to go down the patent route, because a worldwide patent can be an extremely expensive proposition.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's talk about entrance into this sector. We obviously need staff. We need people to help these companies. As Mark was mentioning, 25 people you were saying employed down in Limerick, which is fantastic. I suppose third level, you know, obviously you're in the Munster Technological University there, Kieran, and in terms of being an incubation ground, a breeding ground for the next generation of innovators and for staff for these ag tech companies.
Absolutely, and I think what we're seeing now more and more is the education programs and the offerings by the colleges and MTU have, you know, adapted the programs that are offered, and all of the universities and colleges you know, are doing that. There's elements coming in now to each of the agricultural, technology, engineering, agricultural science programs, which are looking at the technologies, which are you know, I guess equipping people to meet the future needs that companies have, and I think that's one of the things more and more, you know, the companies are adopting to become more sustainable, to bring the technologies into their processes as well as into their products. And I suppose the students coming forward, the graduates, you know, one of the challenges I suppose is in the agri space is attracting students in. Because I suppose there's other industries as well that are, you know, looking for the students coming through. So, but there's great opportunities in the agri-tech sector. I think the technology part now is making it very, very interesting to get involved, and it's, you know, it's becoming a very complex landscape and a very challenging one, I guess, for students, and it's one that there's a growing interest in, I think, you know, at the moment.
I might briefly bring in as well, obviously down in MTU and down in Tralee, my hometown, I might mention it on the live stream, but the ACE, the Agricultural Centre of Excellence, Agricultural Technology Centre of Excellence. Tell us a little bit about that briefly.
Yeah, so ACE is it's an organisation, it's Enterprise Ireland funded. It's based in the North Campus in the Kerry part of MTU. And it's offering immersive training solutions, digital immersive solutions. So I suppose looking into the future, you know, we see that more and more of these technologies, for example, could be used in the service side for companies. So for example, if Unison have machines going out to across the world, that there might be opportunities using digital technologies like AR, VR, augmented reality, virtual reality, to be able to communicate with people on the ground in the other countries.
So customers can test drive it from across the world.
You could test it, but also you could use it for servicing. So your service engineers, for example, could be here in Ireland, and you could be able to troubleshoot issues or support with maintenance activities on the machine remotely. So rather than having to travel, these kinds of technologies now are enabling us to do that in a much more efficient way, you know.
Yeah, and when we're talking about farmers, Padraig, as well, I suppose the schemes are vital here, the likes of your TAMs and everything like that, that's crucial.
It is, and I think TAMs are only starting to catch up on some of the ag tech technologies that are out there that can actually help farmers. I know there's a new TAMs round coming out now in a number of months, and I think it's going to be vital that there's more agri-tech solutions on that TAMs round, just to help farmers and help them on their journey. And labour is one of the huge components on farms at the moment. People just cannot get skilled labour.
Yeah.
So they're looking to automate more and more processes on farm, you know, which is vital. And we need TAMs there to help the likes of that.
Yeah, and are you finding a skills shortage? Are you finding trying to attract people into your own company and to other agri-tech companies?
Yeah, I think it's becoming more and more of a challenge. Ironically enough, I think COVID has made it more difficult because most ag-tech companies were based outside of Dublin, so a lot of people might wanted to have relocated back to their hometown and work. But now with the advent of remote working, they can still command Dublin wages but live outside of Dublin. So it's very hard for SMEs to really compete with that. You know, if you have your Googles and your Facebooks coming offering quite incredible wages, to be honest, you know, especially for programmers.
The lure there, that's very hard.
And SMEs simply can't compete with that. So it's very difficult to train to attract and retain the right tech staff to really drive your business forward.
Absolutely. Mark, we did mention that there was lots of awards that Unison have recently been presented with. Can you, I think there was something in the UK as well, was there?
There was.
Yeah.
We actually, for the new product we brought out, the Smart Micro Dairy, we actually were in the Cream Awards and we won the innovation category. And as the lads touched on, it's all about innovation, it's all about technology. And as we're talking about there with regards to working with ACE, we were thinking about how, because the Smart Micro Dairy is actually quite big, it's around 7 metres by 3.5, and it's quite costly to actually bring to trade shows. So we can use this technology to actually have AR and VR at the trade shows, so the customers can interact with regards to us not actually having to bring the equipment over, because the cost of actual transport at the moment has gone through the roof. And I don't know if you guys have had any issues with regards to transport or anything. This thing, it's just
transportation prices has probably tripled in the last 18 months. Like it's really getting difficult even to do business abroad because of the transport. We're an island nation, which makes it that bit more difficult again, I think.
Yeah,
so those kind of technologies can really help in that. Then, so rather than taking 3 or 4 machines to a show, you might take one machine and have your technology showing off the rest of your offering.
Yeah, and I suppose that's to wrap it up. I suppose this all needs to have value for the farmer at the end of the day, because there's a huge investment being made on farm, and I'll just throw it out to you. Obviously in Unison, you want to make sure that the farmer is seeing value for these innovations, because they're putting their trust and their money into this as well.
Oh, without a doubt, and it's not just the money, they're putting their time and their effort, and there's a lot of paperwork involved in getting up and going. And at the end of the day, being honest, I feel pride when I actually see these guys and I go up and taste their milk, and I know exactly the cow where I'm drinking the milk from, same day, fresh produce. And these are just normal guys that just want to make an extra few quid and just get more value for their milk. And it's just great to see. It's a real success.
Yeah, I mean, that is the success of a product, really, isn't it, Padraig? That farmers are seeing the value on the ground for this.
There has to be a return from the farmer, and that return might be financial, it might be labour. But there has to be a return for any solution a farmer implements on farm. If there's not, the farmer simply won't adopt it, and then the company doesn't work. So I would always say to companies, are you sure you're solving a problem? And are you sure you're solving a problem that a farmer is willing to actually pay to be solved? And they're two very, very important questions. And I'd just like to say, I suppose, AgTech Ireland is an industry body. We're trying to promote, advocate and enhance AgTech in the island of Ireland, and We're bringing all of industry together to see where we can collaborate and work with other stakeholders within the industry as well.
Yeah, so if people want to know more, to search AgTech Ireland.
AgTech Ireland,
yeah,
yes.
Absolutely. And is that something, Kieran, that you would see as well, that there has to be, at the end of the day, the farmer has to be front and centre in this as well?
Absolutely. Just as the guys are saying there, the farmer needs to see the value. And we talk a lot about technology adoption in farming. If the technology offering is meeting the, let's say, value add criteria, then it'll be adopted. We've seen that, during the COVID pandemic, we've seen that, the farmers weren't able to take animals to the mart. We were then very quickly selling animals online, using technology to enable that to happen. So that was embraced very, very quickly. And once the technology offerings, are showing a value for the farmers, then they'll be embraced.
Excellent. Well, gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us here at the Agriland Pavilion here at the National Ploughing Championships. Padraig Hennessy, Chair of AgTech Ireland, Kieran O'Donoghue, who is an Educational Outreach Officer with the Munster Technological University and is also involved in the Agri-Tech Cluster, and Mark Hanrahan, who's involved as a Sales Engineer in the multi-award-winning Unison Process Solutions based down in Limerick. Thank you, gentlemen, and now we're going to go right back out into the field to catch up with some more of the action here at the Ploughing Championships.
Hello and welcome to the third and final day of the National Ploughing Championships. My name is Rubina Freiberg and I'm here today with Alana McCabe, who has developed a farm safety tool. Alana, can you just tell us a little bit about Fence Defense and how it works?
Well, Fence Defense is a small plastic tool that helps you cross an electric fence without getting a shock. So the fence just goes in there and then you push it down on the wire and you can step across it. Or you can use it to pick back up a fallen wire either and put it back on its post.
That's really great, and it has a little hole here,
yeah,
so it can be
go near Kieran so you don't lose it.
Yeah, that's great, fantastic. And you're only 16 years old, but you have already received several awards for your innovation.
Yeah, I have. Yeah.
Yeah. How do you feel about that?
Well, I feel like it was just a good experience to get it all and good education.
And how did you come up with this idea to develop the tool?
Well, I was out farming with my dad one evening and we came up to an electric fence and he tried to cross it and he actually fell when he was crossing it. So then I had to think that there was an easier way to cross it than that. So that's kind of where it all started. So we started producing prototypes from there.
All right, and what different prototypes have you developed along the way?
Well, we started off with a child's mechano set, and then we moved on to Sugru, which is a plasticine-like substance and hardened to rubber. So we moulded that, and then we went on to 3D print it, and then this is our final prototype, which is laser cut out of acrylic.
Yeah, it looks great, and you can put a little label on there. Is that right?
Yeah.
Cool.
Our logo.
Yeah, and how do you feel about being here at the National Ploughing Championships, being able to introduce your product to farmers?
Well, I'm actually very happy with the response that we got here. I'm very shocked that people are very taken by the idea. So
yeah, that's great. I'm very happy for you.
Thank you.
And as I can see here, your tool comes in either plastic or wood, and both of them have been produced locally, manufactured in Ireland. Just wondering, was that something that was important to you and your father Derek, and to produce it all locally?
Yeah, that was very important to us. We could have went and got it done abroad, but it would have cost a lot more money, so we just decided to stay local.
Yeah. That's great. Always important to support local and
exactly, yeah.
kind of have it there. Great. So I see you have some of your tools here on display, ready to be sold to all the farmers here. So how do you feel has it been the response that you've gotten to your innovative tool?
Yeah, everyone is very taken by the idea, and it's something that you don't know you need until you see it.
Yeah.
So yeah.
That's great. And you have received several awards already for your tool. Can you just tell a little bit about that?
Yeah. Well, I won the Young Innovator of the Year award with the Ploughing Match. So yeah, that was why. And then I was awarded the stand here.
Oh yeah, that was in 2020, was it?
2020, yeah.
So it was an online ceremony.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
It was during COVID.
That's cool. And you were at the Tullamore show as well?
Yeah, I got first place in the Tullamore show as well as that. Yeah.
That's great. Congratulations
Thank you.
for all of that. Well, I'm certain you will have some more visitors at your stand here today.
Hopefully, yeah.
At the National Ploughing Championships. Thanks so much, Alana, for talking to us
Thank
today,
you.
and all the best for yourself and for your innovative tool.
Thank you. I'm here now with Kieran Feeney, co-founder of PartTime. Thanks for joining me, Kieran.
Thank you.
So listen, PartTime I suppose Martai is at the Ploughing this year, and we haven't had the Ploughing for a few years due to COVID. And COVID is relevant to you guys because you really sprung up in COVID, didn't you?
Yeah, I mean, we started in the middle of COVID.
Okay. Not an easy feat.
Yeah, it was kind of pretty intense. One of our co-founders came to us. He was working with Derek Driver and Tullow Mart, trying to get a solution, and kind of put backs to the wall and drove at it. Got it in about 2 weeks.
So I suppose everything shut down initially, and there was panic, and we were saying we can get by without most things, but you know, not everything can completely stop. And I suppose livestock and all of that, like, they have no idea there's a pandemic going on,
exactly,
and things had to keep going. So tell us what Martai is and what it does and how it kept things going, maybe.
Yeah, so Martai is like an online auction platform for markets in Ireland and the UK. We have an app that is live and timed auctions where farmers can bid and sell remotely, so they don't actually have to go to the market. So this was really big deal during COVID when the markets actually shut down.
Yeah.
They were able to have 100% online sales.
So would farmers, I suppose, to break it down, would farmers video their animal in their yard and tune into a mart schedule then or something like that, or would they have to, would it work a slightly different way? Tell me a little bit.
Yeah, so it's kind of like the traditional mart where they would just drop off the cattle now on the sale day, and then a lot of them would just leave and watch it being sold online. Or we've guys that were coming around today that are buying a lot. There was one guy that was talking to him this morning that had bought 177 sheep in Mamcross on Saturday, and he was going buying more today.
And he bought all of those through Martai?
Yeah, on the phone. He said he just lives by it.
And so it's an app, correct? And you can use it then anywhere. So once you've dropped your animals off, really you could go wherever. You don't have to be close by. It's
exactly, yeah. Like, we have guys buying sheep from America for his foaler in Donegal. People buying in Australia. It's crazy what has changed in those few short years.
Yeah, absolutely. It's crazy, all right. I suppose, was there any kind of skepticism at the start in terms of maybe people being worried about dropping their animals off and then leaving them and things like that, or were people straight on board?
I think they were forced to be on board. The marts were shut, so there was no other option. They were using a tender system, which was just very complicated and convoluted, and it just didn't work at all. So the live auctions really were a necessity. So they had to get on board, and it really worked for them.
Okay,
so
and
the
I
advantages.
COVID, I mean, I won't say it's over. It's something that's going to last for a while, but I suppose we're out of maybe the thick of it a little bit. We're somewhat out of the woods. Has there been a drop-off, or is Martai continuing? I mean, is it stayed popular?
There has been a drop-off, obviously, from the online sales, but it has been pretty consistent since the marts opened up and people could go ringside again. It's been pretty consistent percentage sold online. We're still growing in the UK. We have a new customer coming on next week over there. There's 3 markets, so England is a big area for us.
Okay, I mean, people are so into being efficient now, and maybe labour shortages and things like that. People don't have the time to leave and go off farm and go to these things. It needs to be, I suppose, done as quick as possible, and Martai can probably help with that.
Yeah, I think it's big for part-time farmers where they can watch them, you know, if they're on lunch, or they can check in, see what's going on. And then for the bigger guys who are buying maybe in multiple marts on the same day and just organising logistics around that.
Okay, so you'll be on your smartphone or whatever it is, and you can bid. You don't have to call in, you can actually bid on the app, is it?
Bid on the app, yeah, bid. You can see what you've won. You'll see if it's been given to you, if it's not sold, and you just keep track of all the prices.
Okay, that's brilliant. And in terms of price points then, have prices maybe being pushed up, considering that there's probably a lot more people joining in now?
I think so, yeah. We've got a lot of comments at the Ploughing Championship that it's been really revolutionised the industry because there's much more competition in the market now, and people feel that they're getting a lot fairer price.
That's great, because you do hear maybe lately, I suppose maybe sheep prices and things like that are not as strong as they once were, and people do feel like they're maybe being, you know, unfairly, it might be an unfair price for them, so I suppose things like this can restore some confidence there.
Yeah, exactly, and they can see the trade that's happening in different markets, and they can really understand what's going on.
Okay, brilliant. Well, it sounds very innovative. How has it been going at Ploughing 2022 for you?
Yeah, it's been great. Like, we were here in 2019 with a different company, but it's great just to get out and talk to the farmers and really understand like their problems and where we can improve our product.
Yeah, brilliant. Brilliant. Well, listen, Kieran, thank you so much for joining me, and best of luck throughout the rest of today.
Great, thank you.
And you're very welcome back to the Agriland Pavilion here at the National Ploughing Championships, where we're focusing this afternoon on the whole area of AgTech. And I'm delighted to be joined by Alan Heaney, and Alan is the co-owner and founder of the Lely Centre in Mullingar and also of Efficient Farm Systems. Alan, thanks so much for taking the time out to join us. Very busy for the last few days here at Ratheniska.
It's been an incredible 3 days, super event, well organised, great weather, you know, a little bit of rain today, but look, the interested people are still getting into the stands, asking the right questions and researching different products. So look, it's been a great day and great to be back out again in Ratheniska and back at the Ploughing.
Yeah, and speaking to companies over the last few days, and I think our teams going out about on site, it's great to be meeting people in person, isn't it? It makes all the difference. You know, we're obviously first time back here since 2019 at the National Ploughing Championships, so it is important to meet people face to face and make those relationships.
Absolutely, and there's only so many Zoom calls or meetings you can have, or Skypes or telephone calls. It's
just
great.
by talking about technology, but you know.
I know, it's a bit ironic, but technology is great, but you know, most people buy from people, face to face, engaging with people, listen to their queries, handling their objections, and trying to get them a solution for their farm. So that's what it's all about.
And just a little while ago we were talking to 3 players in the AgTech industry as well, and I'm sure like a company such as Lely is no different. This is being driven by the environmental pressures on farmers, the labour shortages that we're seeing on farms. There's a lot of factors here at play that are really kicking on AgTech and the innovations that we need to see on farm.
So if I was to look back at AgTech in the past, AgTech was the driver of AgTech was about performance, optimising farm performance in terms of feed conversion efficiencies, live weight gains, more litres, and maybe optimising animal health. But the big drivers today of AgTech are lifestyle and labour. So there's a severe shortage of skilled labour on farm, and unavailable labour, like labour is just not there. So people now can trust the technology to try and get jobs done, whether it's automatic calf feeders, automatic heat detection systems, drafting systems. So not only are you saving labour, you know, you're saving your time, allows farmers the freedom and the flexibility to go off and do other things. You know, gone is the day of the housewife, you know, which you might only see the farmer late evening, early mornings. And there's games and there's matches and kids are doing athletics, and like people are busy with hobbies and events. And it's great now that farmers can trust technology to go and do other stuff off farm.
And not to feel guilty to take that break, which is vital as well.
Well, I'm a farmer, and we're all creatures of habit, and sometimes we can be slow to, you know, embrace, accept, and trust the technology. But technology is around. Milking robots are around there 30 years. I think Lely could have 40,000 robots worldwide. So when people come into the stand and they look at it and they quiz it, will it make a cow? You kind of look back and say, guys, this was working 30 years ago. So you can imagine, I don't think there was a mobile phone 30 years ago, and we can see the advancement and the innovation and the improvement in technology over the years. So I'd say people, trust the technology, but you must trust the supplier and then the service provider.
And that comes back to you, Alan, on your side as well, the sales, the service afterwards, and that, you know, if there are tweaks that have to be made, that there is a response there for farmers, and that gives people confidence. You know, if I'm talking to my neighbour and he's installed a robot or he's got some new technology, that word of mouth is crucial.
I would say all robots will milk a cow, there's no doubt about it. But the difference between doing a successful job and having it sustainable and having peace of mind is you have someone that'll plan the install, plan the startup, do a nice little handover, and stay with the farmer and hold his hand for the week or 10 days while he's doing the startup. And be there at the end of the phone or an email or a WhatsApp when there's a problem. There's going to be lots of problems, but they're only little problems. But if there's no one there to answer the phone, a small problem becomes a big problem. And like if a tractor breaks down, there's always a second or third tractor in the yard. But if a robot was to break down, it might be something small. You need someone there at the end of a phone to get them up and running. 90% of our calls can be done remotely, across the phone or via the internet. Very little we have to go to farm, but you need someone to answer a phone. So support and service delivery is key. Now, a lot of people promise it, but very few deliver it.
What are we seeing in terms of trends out there? You were mentioning stuff like automatic calf feeders, you know, time-saving devices like that. Where is the real growth area at the moment?
So the real growth area at the moment would be heat detection and health monitoring technology, whether collars or ear tags. We've been at this for the last 10 or 12 years, but there's a significant growth in the last 2 years. I mean, it's phenomenal, the growth. It's explosive. You know, we moved about 35,000 collars in the last 6 to 9 months.
Because we often hear a mist heat, it's an expensive mist to make.
Well, they say about €250 was what Teagasc would quote, so it would. And if people are looking for a compact calving season, they want to get as many cows in heat on the first or second service. So collars are very, very important. A lot of different brands out there, lots of different service providers, and lots of good stuff out there. So it's a huge growth industry, and saving time, saving labour. And then when you marry that with an automatic drafting gate, now the farmers can select, draft and sort the cows in the pen while from the parlour. Or if the farmer's out looking at the cows and one
And
might
is that all working with this wearable technology then
wearable
on the
technology,
cows?
but it's on her ear, around her neck, and everything's done via app. So you'd be walking through the paddock, you can see 2 or 3 cows that might be a bit scuttered or scoury. You might say, I need to dose them, I need to bolus them. Come in, put in the app, and they're in the pen after the milking. So very, very safe.
They're waiting for you.
Waiting in the pen for you.
You're not going out into the yard trying to pick them out. Yeah.
Well, okay, I reckon in the next 10 years there'll be drafting gates in every farm, heat detection or wearable device on all farms. We're probably there maybe about 15 to 20% at the moment, but there's room forever. It's dangerous going out into a collecting yard or into a closed pen of 200 cows with 2 or 3 bulls roaming. Very dangerous.
And we spoke about farm safety earlier on today on the live stream, yeah. So
you know all about it. So
that's the main priority.
These suit a lot of farmers. Take out the work, take out the labour, save time, and it's safe.
Yeah, and we spoke about, I suppose, schemes like TAMS, and you know, these technologies cost money. You know, would you like to see more government supports to help farmers to upgrade and to invest in these type of technologies?
I think so. So we've seen a lot of money spent in the investment of milking facilities. You know, farmers have put in rotary parlours, they've upgraded their herringbones, and some farmers have got robotic milking. Probably like to see more money spent on areas where there can be more safety on farms, like the drafting gates, maybe heat detection, health monitoring, collars, because every cow will wear a wearable device in the next 10 years. And there's lots of competitors out there, and there's lots of solutions. So I think there's a need there to maybe look at it. And again, it's improving performance. So now you know your cows that are performing, you know your cows that are breeding regularly and irregularly. You know your cystic cows, and you also know your cows that are unhealthy. So it's a way to get the information. So I think there's an opportunity there for investment outside milking equipment, for heat detection, health monitoring and drafting.
And how is the market responding to that as well? Like, I mean, our farmers want to invest here as well, but as you said, the confidence has to be there, but there's rapidly changing technologies all the time, and knowing what to invest in, and you know, to do your homework, to do your research. Farmers are well able to research.
There's so many technologies out there, and unfortunately not all of them work. You know, pick a technology that we have what I call real-time testing. Real-time is that the product's in the market 10 years, so it lasts 10 years. Lots of companies coming to the market with product that's only 2 years in the market, but they're talking about 5-year warranty, maybe 8 to 10 year battery life. That's not real-time testing. That's what we call maybe computer-generated mathematical testing. So look for real-time testing. Look for products that are working on a farm beside you or in a county or someone in a discussion group with you, because there's lots of new products coming in, and everyone says that theirs is the best. But research it. Check out your neighbour. Ask them about the results they're getting. And more importantly, ask them when they have a problem, who's there to back them up, and how quickly do they respond? Because that is the key. There's no product 100%. None of our products are. They all break down. They all have their moments, whether it's operator-driven, animal-driven, or robotic-driven. But you need to know who's going to be there to sort me out when I have a problem. Because if your robot breaks down, you need someone within minutes. If the heat detection system breaks down, you need someone within hours.
And is that something you'd pride yourselves on in the Lely Centre, like that you're there, like?
In terms of we 50 odd people work for us, I think about 60% of them in service delivery, service installation, service support, service backup. It's all about service, service, service. Now it takes, obviously we have a large sales and marketing division to get the name out there, to make sure we get robots on farms. We have a huge customer base there, and open days, meetings and events. But service support and service delivery are key and crucial.
Yeah, and I suppose, look, very finally, we've not very much time left, but you've alluded to it there. You're thinking wearables. We're going to see more drafting systems. Where do you see all this going 5-10 years time?
So I think there's going to be okay. There's a lot of automation on farm at the moment. People are looking at automatic foot baths, so they are to foot bath the cows. Serious problem with lameness. People are also looking at automatic feed pushers, pushing in feed, TMR into the cows. If 200 cows in an alley or a laneway pushing in feed, you're increasing feed conversion efficiency, you're bringing the cows to the feed fins, automatic diet feeding, removing the tractor and the diet feeder and the loader and getting all this, automatic calf feeding, which is very prevalent and very important. A lot of farmers using it. But there's so much automation out there.
It's a fast-paced world, and we're going to see more innovation in the next 6 months, the next 6 years, and it's going to be the changing face of farming here in Ireland, and to respond to the challenges that are there. Alan, thank you so much for joining us today on the AgriLand stand here at the AgriLand Pavilion. Alan Heaney, who is the co-owner and founder of the Lely Centre in Mullingar and Efficient Farm Systems. We're going to go back out onto the field now to catch up with some more exhibitors.
We're here at one of the fastest rising firms in Irish agriculture. I'm here with Nick Cotter of Cotter Agritech. Nick, it's been one hell of a rise for you.
Yeah, look, it's been great. We started off this whole Cotter Agritech venture here in the innovation arena 3 years ago. To be back again now, commercially launched, to have paying customers and to be driving forward. Look, it's great. We wouldn't be here as far as we've come without Enterprise Ireland, without all the people who supported us along the way. So it's great to be here, and we're really proud that we're still tipping away and making progress.
Yeah. It's a real family-orientated business, isn't it?
Yeah, like it's myself and the brother who are at it. Jack works on the engineering side. I'm very much on the talk and the commercialisation point of view. So yeah, look, that comes with its own challenges too, but it's great to be able to sit down at the dinner table and say you've achieved something together and working with someone that we're both so close together.
And can you talk about the development of this machine behind us now?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this primarily came from a home invention where we had awful trouble handling our own lambs. I mean, if you can imagine when we're trying to vaccinate a very small lamb, you're bent down like this, you're trying to inject them with something. It's very difficult, it's backbreaking work. It was taking myself, Jack, Dad, all of us, long day, and we needed to come up with a better way of doing things. So what we did is we figured out we need to bring the animal up to our height. So how this works is we have a ramp here, animal comes away up this ramp, and we've Mary the lamb here for demonstration. Mary drives away on here, and what we'll do is we'll push in this frame. The floor is going to drop, and that takes her feet out of contact with the ground, so at that point she's immobilised and she can't gain traction. Nice working height here. Head, we've got great access, so what a farmer can do is if they want to take weights, there's weigh cells built in, there's a stick reader there so we can read their tag and record all that data for improving flock productivity and having faster growing lambs. In terms then of dosing, we can do a vaccination if needs be. If we're dosing the animal, we come in here nice and easily. Then we've done all our jobs here to Mary, we can just pull back the bar. The animal actually falls back down to ground level, and at that point we can draft them 3 different directions. We can send them out that way, or else we can go left and right here. So if you're either drafting male, female, small lambs, if you're picking lambs for slaughter, whatever have you, you can do that. And then when we're getting ready for the next animal, all we do is hit this little pedal, give that a tap, and the floor comes back up. And it's just rinse and repeat. In, do your jobs, pick up your information, drop them back down to ground level and hit the pedal. So it's very simple. It's an entirely mechanical machine. There's no electrics, there's no pneumatics or complicated parts, which I think is very important on Irish farms where you're dealing with an average flock size of maybe 120 sheep. They're not massive farms, but at least with a kit like this, you can be aside of a mountain, you don't need power, you can set this up just about anywhere.
And obviously it was such a simple process, but was there much development went on in creating it?
Yeah, like we would have started out with what you see in the video there, a small crate just for handling small lambs about 5 years ago that we just developed for our own use. And then I sat around the farm for a couple of years, and a family friend by the name of Paddy Halton, Paddy was around the farm and he came across this thing and goes, what the hell is this yoke at all? And we demonstrated it to him. He says, boys, innovation arena at the Ploughing, I think that's the place where you should take it. So we came back here in 2019 and we were lucky enough to win the best overall startup, and since then we spent the last 2 years developing this alongside 20 of very good farmers from Ireland and the UK, so having input so that for sheep farmers who are out there, it has everything in it and it can do everything that they need it to do.
And what has the feedback been like from farmers?
Sure, it's been excellent. We have units already sold and we're only out in the market with a couple of months. They're shifting. I think farmers see interest in it because it's a handling system that you can handle your very small lambs from when they're first born all the way up to very, very big 70, 80 kilo sheep. It's relatively affordable for the class of the handler it's in. It's stainless steel and farmers put a lot of weight on having something that's going to last on the farm. And look, as I said, it's labour saving. You'll do less handling with it. You need less help around, and like help is not getting any easier to get. I mean, for us, for me anyway, the biggest impact it has for us is that I don't get the call on Saturday morning from Dad saying, oh, we've got a few sheep to go, are you around? Instead he's able to do a lot of the jobs on his own. So it's making the work more pleasurable too. There's a lot to be said for making the job enjoyable and for taking that hard work out of it, and that's why I think people are taken to it.
Absolutely, for anyone watching, what would be the cost of installing one of these on a farm?
Yeah, so standard unit, which is basically from where the sheep leaves the ground up to this ramp, and then the clamp itself, we start off about €4,500 excluding VAT. There is a TAMS grant available on it that provides about €1,500 to €2,000 of grant aid on it. We go all the way out to about 8,000 when you're including weighing equipment and drafting, and that's for the full system. And a lot of farmers are going for that because the weighing information in terms of becoming more productive and more efficient, but picking to breed fast growing animals so that they're getting off the farm and finishing quicker. There's a lot of farmers actually just going ahead and going buying the full system altogether because they see benefits in capturing that really important data.
And absolutely, for farmer well-being and obviously for health and their health and all that, it does a lot of good for them, obviously, with preventing back injuries and stuff like that.
Yeah, I mean, Irish statistics there, about 40% of Irish sheep farmers suffer from lower back pain. I mean, because you're dealing with these small animals. Like when we're vaccinating, when lambs are small, it's like going down to vaccinate and inject about 400 or 500 little puppies. It is really hard work. Whereas this, you're outside of the race, you're not knocking your knees, your back is fine, and everything's at working height. So there's a lot to be said for doing that. And like, I think of the average farmer, like I think of my dad. Dad is 55 plus, he's a little bit blind, he's a little bit deaf, and he's a little bit short of patience. So something like this is making sure he can actually just continue sheep farming at all well into later into his career, and he can stay at it, and he wants to have that independence and not have to be relying on us being around on a Saturday to go ahead and do something with sheep.
And also, I see that the sideboard in the car household must be filling up in all these wards. Can you tell me about some of the successes you've had over the last couple of years?
Sure, look, it's been incredibly fortunate to be, like, we ended up winning a Global Student Entrepreneur Award 2 months ago. Here we won the Best Newcomer Award as we're now finally launching commercially. It's just been mad fortunate to have people out there who believe in what we do and want to see this move forward. And look, it gives us huge confidence. Like, we second guess ourselves all the time. There's been 6 or 7 life and death moments every single year where we say, geez, does anyone really want what we've got to have? Will this really work? So to have that external validation that we can't deny from ourselves, there's people out there who think this should go forward. Just that's what keeps the dream alive.
Absolutely, and I say farmers looking to waiting for the next innovation, the next couple of years.
Look, I'll take things step by step. I'm still in college, just going into final year now, and we very much want to focus on driving adoption of this in Ireland and the UK and further afield, because we think this is making a big difference to sheep farmers' lives, not just here in Ireland, but really across the world.
Absolutely. Well, Nick, thanks very much for your time, and I hope I wish you every success with the product.
No worries. Thank you very much for calling. Great to talk.
Welcome back here to the Agriland Pavilion at the National Ploughing Championships in Ratheniska in County Laois, where I am joined by the Managing Director of the National Ploughing Association, Anna May McHugh. Anna May, thank you so much for joining us today on our live stage. First of all, I'll say we had a rainy start to the day, but things are improving, and the crowds are coming in still, even like they've been coming in throughout the day and all day yesterday, all day Tuesday, phenomenal crowds coming here. Anna May, can I ask you first of all, this year in particular, after an absence of the Ploughing Championships for a couple of years because of COVID-19, of course, was there added anticipation this year then about organising the event?
There was, and we really had to look back some of the time on what happened in 2019 because of the lapse of the 3 years. But there was an added attraction and an enthusiasm about it because people were longing to get back. To meet people, to do business. The exhibitors were very interested in getting back. And then we had the added attraction of hosting the World Ploughing competitions, which was really a further injection to the national event this year.
Absolutely. The World Ploughing Contest then this year, obviously it was initially supposed to be held in Russia. It went to Ireland because obviously of the conflict that arose in Ukraine out there. But it's great to have it here in Ireland. It really puts us on a world platform.
It certainly does. And it's the 6th time that we have hosted the World Ploughing. And when the World Board met in late March, a Zoom meeting, of course, with 28 countries, the chairman from New Zealand asked to know if there any other country would take it at this short lead-in. And there was dead silence. And I had got word from my own executive of 7 men to say, if it comes our way, take it. And I was very nervous in saying, Chairman, Ireland will host it, but only on condition that at least 20 countries participate, because we're not going to the workload that we would have to take on for anything less. And we were so delighted then that 26 countries agreed to take part and send competitors, and 2 other countries who were unable to send competitors are here with their delegates. So it was a wonderful interest for us to do the work for that many. We felt it would be really worthwhile, and we're delighted to have them from as far away as Australia, New Zealand, Canada, Finland, just to name but a few.
Fantastic.
And yes, yeah.
And what do they think of Ireland?
First of all, they think that we're too well fed here in the country. And the hospitality and the friendship that they have experienced since they're here over a week now. And we have brought them around to different places. We've brought them to Johnstown Castle in Wexford. We've brought them to Clonmacnoise on a tour, a Shannon trip. And, they think that the friendliness of the Irish people and the hospitality that has been extended to them, that countries are asking me now, and we've had World Board meetings, what country follows you, and look at the big shoes that we have to fill, and they're absolutely thrilled.
Fantastic. The ploughing itself, Anna May, you've seen many ploughing championships held over the years. What makes it so special?
Well, it's always held in the heart of the country, and we have ploughing organisations throughout the whole of Ireland. We have 27 county affiliates to the national event, and there's great camaraderie, and there's a social side to ploughing as well. And there's nothing as peaceful as ploughing the land and tilling the soil. You're very near, you're there with the earth, and there's wonderful peace about it and tranquility, like out in the ploughing fields. I think that makes it very, people when they get the ploughing bug, they can't leave it. And again, let me go back to the World Ploughing, when we unveiled the Cairn of Peace by President Higgins. There's an inscription on it, let peace cultivate the fields. And it's called the Worldwide Ploughing Brotherhood, because of bringing all the countries together with the host country and ploughing the fields. And I'm so happy to say at this moment of time that our 2 Irish competitors got first place yesterday's competition and with 2 gold medals. And now they go in with a decided advantage to today's ploughing, and we might end up with 2 world champions tonight. And what an injection that will be to our ploughing people.
Absolutely, and I mean, so incredibly proud for the country as well to have our ploughmen and ploughwomen on the world stage like that.
Absolutely. Look, it's the icing on the cake for a lot of our ploughing fraternity, really, because they're out there in the fields at this moment ploughing. We have the commercial side of it in here, which supports the event and have supported it over many years. The exhibitors, who are really very important to us, because without that type of a programme of events, which would be the machinery, the livestock, the fashion shows for the ladies, the round bread baking competition, shopping arcades, like we have enlarged the whole programme of events, and that's why it's so attractive for all families.
That's why I was going to ask you, because even yesterday I saw outside our own Agriland pavilion here a newborn baby, and we also spoke to a man from Cavan who's 90 years of age, who has been coming here to the ploughing for 25 years. So you're talking about a newborn and a 90-year-old. Yes. And how do you attract an audience of that range?
Yes. Yeah, I think people feel safe when they come to the country too. Fine, it's not that easy to get venues. Rathneska it's my home county, of course, and I was delighted to get the World Ploughing, because I will not see a World Ploughing again, because it has been arranged now up to the year 2037. And we have put in our application, by the way, to host it again in 2038. But if any other country drops out in the meantime, it might be considered again. Wow. What you say about the age, yes, you have the very young here and you have the very elderly, but you have a tremendous crowd of young people, third-level colleges that are going to the Government of Ireland villages, and all the different departments are there. And to me and to our people, it's a very educational event, because they might go home knowing now I'm going to take that career. And that's important, that we have that on show in the middle of the country.
And you know, I suppose there's a lot of reports lately or talk that there could be a ban on ploughing in this country. Now, it would only be on certain soils and carbon soils. I had the Minister for Agriculture up here yesterday and I said, Minister, you know, we're at the ploughing. It's the elephant in the room. Would there be no ploughing if ploughing was banned? And he said he understood the importance of ploughing in this country. Do you feel it to be a very sad thing if we didn't have ploughing anymore?
Well, I do, because, you know, I grew up on a farm, and we farm, my son farms, and I think the plough is out there and it turns the soil. You know, it ploughs up the soil, and, you know, the seed is sown there, and the corn is going into the corn stores, and it's milled into flour, and the flour then supplies, you know, I really think if there was no ploughing, I always believed that the plough in its own way feeds the world. Because if we hadn't that, well, there would be a lot of people very hungry.
Absolutely. Yes. You've been with the National Ploughing Association for a long time. You've seen an awful lot over the years, Anna May. I'm sure the changes you've seen, even in the space of 50, 70 years, have been phenomenal. What are the biggest changes that you can look back at in your lifetime that you've seen?
Well, I really would have to say the commercial side of it, the exhibition and the variety in the exhibition area, like from the motor cars to the machinery, to the livestock, to the pony games, to the hunt chase, all of that, you know, the founders in 1931 could never ever have imagined that it would grow into what it has today. And to keep that going, it takes a lot of hard work. But there were changes that I grew up along with. You know, I started at the time when we had just about 21 to 25 exhibitors. And then, you know, looking around, going to other shows, getting ideas, asking for permission maybe to introduce the biggest one I had was to ask about the fashion show in '84. And the chairman was asked, I was sitting beside him, and the man of the group got up and said, Chairman, we're running a ploughing match. And I decided no. But I left that meeting saying, I'm going to do something for the women. And, you know, I got away with a lot when I was a female, but when I was first made secretary in 1956, when the founder J.J. Bergen formed it into a limited company, nobody could understand, what does this one know about farming, or what does this one know about ploughing? And it took a little bit of time for people to acknowledge you, you know. Not that I wanted acknowledgement, but I was able to do my work that was expected of me. And they were the changes that I saw, that they came to understand that I was a female, and that I needed help, and I got it. And the fact that I suppose I got away with a little bit of scheming too, that I wouldn't have if I had been a male. But at that time, there were very few women heads of organisations. And now we see where, you know, Glanby and a lot of other companies like them have all ladies at the top of the list, if you like. And we're well able to attend to detail that men might not do. Now, the men might like to hear me say that, but women will attend to detail, and I think that's very important.
It is indeed, and you might laugh now, Anna May, but we don't have a queen in Ireland, and it was very, you know, sad for many to see that the passing of Queen Elizabeth in the UK over the past week.
Yes.
But if we had to have an equivalent of a queen in Ireland, you've often been referred to as our equivalent of the queen, and people view you that as, you know, that sort of...
Yes.
No more than the Queen in the UK, you have been a constant in Irish rural life for so many years, and people view you as that. What does the future hold for you? Because you are not slowing down in any way, Anna May McHugh, from what we can see anyway.
No.
What would you like to see happen?
Well, I don't forget grassroots, and I don't ever forget the people that started this event. And my late husband used to say a bird never flew on one wing. But if I didn't have the people around me, I could say I'm the leader, but I would never ask anybody to do anything that I was not prepared to do myself. And I think that's very, very important. And I don't want to be referred to as the queen of the plough, or that I'm running the show. I'm running it with a group of men. We are the chain. I want no weak link in the chain. I want no, because if that happens, the responsibility goes to a person that already has the responsibility. I delegate, but I expect the people that we delegate to will commit to it and return, that they have done the job successfully, and that's terribly important. And I'm particularly good at reading characters, and I remember one particular occasion when we had one very quiet man that hardly ever contributed anything to a meeting. And I asked that man to do a particular job. Today he's our national president.
Wow.
He's absolutely just wonderful, and without that cooperation, this would not be possible. So I can't see us enlarging the event. I don't think there's anything else we can add to the programme. We're covering from the very young to the very old here, and I don't think there's anything left to add.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Well, we look forward to the constant return of the ploughing, and indeed in the future, if we get the World Ploughing Contest back again, we'll gratefully accept it as well.
Absolutely.
Anna May McHugh, thank you very much for joining us. It's a pleasure talking to you on the Agriland Pavilion here today.
Well, it's a pleasure for me to be with you and to wish Agriland every success for the future.
Thank you very much, Anna May McHugh.
Thank you.
That's the latest from the Agriland Pavilion. We'll be back very shortly with all the latest from the ploughing site here in Ratheniska in County Laois.
Now we're right up at the top of the field, and the competition is fierce. Philip Keane has joined me here at the Port West All-Ireland Welly throwing competition. Philip, it's a bit wet today, but it's not dampening the enthusiasm of the competitors.
It's not. It's great crack. People are out here having fun. Port West All-Ireland Welly throwing competition in support of Choctaw, and people are coming down. They've been generous. Choctaw mental health support for suicide awareness, mental health for children, teenagers and adults. So it's a worthwhile charity. Everybody's supporting it, and we're just delighted that Port West have invited us on board this year to host the All-Ireland Welly Throwing Competition 2022.
And you're from a local GAA club, I understand,
Yeah, the Heat GAA club. We're just 3 or 4 miles away. Last couple of years, Port West have contacted us, especially in Laois or Carlow, to pick a charity to come down, man the event, and raise money for charities that are well deserving of it and well in need.
Yeah, and Choctaw, as you said, a very well deserving cause, and people are digging deep here today.
They are indeed. We've had great support today so far, although it's wet. People are out in their numbers having great fun. Yesterday was another fantastic day with big crowds, and Tuesday was fantastic as well. It's kind of, you don't know what's going to happen, but when people hear what we're doing for Choctaw through Port West, the All-Ireland Welly competition for Choctaw, mental health awareness for children, adults, across the board, to offer counselling services for bereaved families, bereaved communities, sports clubs like Angela Hayes has done a phenomenal job in Choctaw. Anybody who uses it are delighted to use the service.
Yeah, so a great charity, a great cause, but I suppose there's a lot of fun and a lot of crack going on here.
There is.
So what are the rules? Throw it as far as you can, is it?
You throw a welly as far as you can. We have 2 sizes wellies, one for children for under 12, and anyone over that has to throw a bigger welly. And the only 3 rules we really says, don't hit the lads out the back helping, and keep it within the fenced area and just throw it anywhere you want at all. We've had helicopter throws, under-arm throws, backward throws.
Oh, yeah, I was going to ask, is there a particular throw that is favoured?
Well, the leading throw today is backwards overhead with 2 hands.
Okay,
right. I think we have one of the lads.
Backwards overhead.
No, well, there's a spin throw. As you can see, it's not as easy as people think. There's a bit of a knack to it.
So there's a bit of out of bounds as well going on now. We'll see his next attempt here.
Out of bounds, you're out. Yeah, not bad.
That was a good throw.
It was a very good throw. A good attempt. Yeah.
Yeah. So are we measuring it, or is it just by eye?
Well, we have cones out there.
Yeah.
So we have a red cone for first place, green cone for second place, and a yellow cone for third place. Fantastic thing is, second place is an 11-year-old boy from a local club who was here yesterday. So for an 11-year-old, he threw very far compared to adults around
Yeah,
him.
fantastic. And I suppose, look, is there a particular brand of welly that we're using here, or does it matter?
The brand we're using is Port West, as they're sponsoring the Port West All-Ireland Welly Throwing Competition, and have done it for the last number of years.
Brilliant.
And it's great
excellent.
support from Port West through clubs and charities to raise money.
Yeah, and it looks like our next competitor is up here, and he's going to throw it over
he's
his
going
head.
over his head backwards, yeah.
Go for it.
Here.
Oh,
It's not bad.
it's in. It's a legitimate
It's in
throw.
a little legitimate throw. It's valid. A little bit more practice, and I think he'll get there.
Here we go. Another one. Go for it.
Having a crack. It's great when friends are here to cheer you on as well. So
Absolutely.
if you're around today, we're here all day till around 4:30. Call down, throw welly for charity at the Port West All Ireland Welly Throwing Competition.
Philip, thank you so much and enjoy the rest of the day.
Thank you very much. Have a nice day.
Now we're heading back to the Agriland Pavilion.
I'm joined now by Will Dunn, founder and CEO of Ag Drive. Thanks for joining me, Will.
Yeah, thank you, Megan.
So listen, you've come all the way over from faraway UK to be here at Ploughing 2022. So look, Ag Drive is a cloud-based app, and its real aim, I suppose, is to streamline a lot of the more tedious tasks for farmers and contractors and within that whole sphere. So do you want to tell me a little bit about what Ag Drive does in general?
Yeah, so pretty much Ag Drive is an all-in-one cloud-based app for farmers and agricultural contractors. So rather than using paper-based diaries and timesheets, we use an app on our phone to record all the work through there, and then from there we can actually invoice jobs off the back of it, as well as all the operators can do the timesheets, can do all the field maps. We can actually schedule work to operators and direct them to the field. We've got all the field mapping all on there, everything's in there in regard for invoicing, and that is primarily what Ag Drive's mission is to streamline that process of job recording through to invoicing.
Okay, and I suppose focusing on the farmer and the contractor relationship, I mean, there may be a lot of back and forth typically with that, emails and texts and everything like that, and things can get lost in translation. So you can just organise everything for jobs and all that through the app? And
yeah, so pretty much if we had farmers that were on using Ag Drive, as well as they had their contractor on using Ag Drive, they can actually schedule work for their contractor through the app. So there is no miscommunication when it goes to going and baling that field. It's all there on the app, as well as when we actually, in terms of the farm contractor relationship, when we actually invoice the customer, we can actually produce a PDF job report showing exactly where we've been in the field, and that is all attached to the invoice. So there's full traceability between the farmer and the contractor when it comes to invoicing.
Okay, yeah, because money makes the world go round sometimes.
Yeah, cash is king for contracting.
Yeah. So payment is important. So I suppose timesheets, invoices, all of that can be done.
Yes.
That can be done on your app
so
as well.
So Ag Drive, we can actually generate the invoices through Ag Drive itself, as well as we actually integrate with common accounting software such as Sage Online, QuickBooks and Xero. And then that is our main benefit in regard to for the contracting side, because the whole system is completely paperless, from the guy recording the job, doing the job, to then coming back into the office, 2 clicks of a button, we can approve and invoice the customer directly through Ag Drive itself or through our accounts packages as well.
It's just done then.
Yeah, there and then.
Yeah, farmers are so busy, contractors are so busy, and I suppose with labour and things like that, you're not going to be able to get somebody else to do all that paperwork for you and the organisation for you, and you're just trying to balance a million things. So this is just instant and it's done.
Yeah.
And I suppose machinery, we have machinery at the Ploughing this year, we've everything at the Ploughing, but one thing that I suppose a conversation piece that has cropped up a lot is the dangers of the farm, and machinery is getting bigger and it's getting more advanced, but sometimes just because these tractors and machines are so much more advanced within technology, it doesn't necessarily mean that they're 100% safe either.
Yes, correct.
So what about when it comes to safety of the tractor or whatever machine it is? Does that tie into your app as well?
Yeah, so pretty much the health and safety features within Ag Drive. So before anyone can actually start a job, they have some health and safety checks that they have to fill out, whether it be a risk assessment on the job that the employer can set up for them, as well as machinery checklist for the vehicle and the implement as well before they actually start the job. As well, we also track exactly where the operator is within the field, so we can see a live location of where he's going up and down the field.
Okay.
So you will always know where an operator is. So let's say if they're laid down in a ditch somewhere, you will know where they are, and it's health and safety right there for you. You can track exactly where the operator is.
Yeah, GPS is huge now in health and safety, I suppose. And another feature, I suppose, of being able to see exactly where they are in the field is if you leave your farm, they're on your farm, they're doing the work, and you're not there. Whatever it may be, you had to go out for a while. You can see that there's nothing funny going on. You can trust that your property is safe, maybe as well.
Yeah, as well, when we actually complete a job, or whenever someone starts a job, any manager or the owner of the actual account, they get a push notification to say, that man has started the job, and as well as when he's finished the job. So particularly late on a night, a lot of our account owners, they do like it to know that their staff have finished the job for the night and they've got home safely. So that's another benefit of AgDrive as well.
Dead right. I mean, you can't blame them for wanting to know what's going on their property. In relation to, I know you said you're in the UK as well as Ireland. What are we looking at kind of price point wise? Is it a one-off cost to download the app, or I mean, do you pay every time you use it? What way does that work?
So it's based on a monthly subscription.
Okay.
So it's based on how many users you have for your contracting or farm business. So we have a baseline cost, which is €12 a month for the admin fee, and then for every user you have on per month, it's an extra €7 per user per month.
Okay.
So, and you can actually, pretty much you only pay for what's on that account for that month. So you might have, a lot of staff in during the summer, because we understand that as a contracting business, you get a lot of users in during the silage season, and then it reduces down over winter. So, so pretty much, it's a very flexible pricing scheme for that, and also obviously, all the prices, is reflected across the world. We do have users in, New Zealand, Australia.
Okay.
So all our pricing is all on our website as well.
Okay, that's great. And third day of the ploughing today. I know you've been here since the first day. How have things been going? You're in a great location here. There's loads of people coming back and forth, and you're actually surrounded by lots of ag tech businesses. So I feel like there's a real buzz in here.
Yeah, there is.
Has it been nice ticking over for you?
It's been really good. Yeah? I mean, I've run out of leaflets, so it's been a bit of a boo-boo on my part, but I'm really impressed with the ploughing. I mean, I cannot believe the amount of people that are walking around. I mean, it was 8 o'clock on the first morning, and it was the walkways were all full.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just constant flow of people. I'm just so surprised how many contractors there are in Ireland, particularly. There are a dairy farmer or they're a contractor.
I know. So no, it's been good. I think we've had a few comments already that people, especially that are not from Ireland and don't typically come to the ploughing, they're like, why is there so many people here? Everybody goes. It's a real big thing, and I suppose after COVID as well. I'm glad to hear it's been busy for you. And listen, thanks so much for speaking to me, and best of luck with the rest of the day.
Cheers. Thank you very much. Cheers.
Thanks.
We're here at one of the fastest rising firms in Irish agriculture. I'm here with Nick Cotter of Cotter Agritech. Nick, it's been one hell of a rise for you.
Yeah, look, it's been great. We started off this whole Cotter Agritech venture here in the Innovation Arena 3 years ago. To be back again now, commercially launched, to have paying customers and to be driving forward. Look, it's great. We wouldn't be here as far as we've come without Enterprise Ireland, without all the people who supported us along the way. So it's great to be here, and we're really proud that we're still tipping away and making progress.
Yeah. It's a real family orientated business, isn't it?
Yeah, like it's myself and the brother who are at it. Jack works on the engineering side. I'm very much on the talking and the commercialisation point of view. So yeah, look, that comes with its own challenges too, but it's great to be able to sit down at the dinner table and say you've achieved something together, and working with someone that we're both so close together.
And can you talk about the development of this machine behind us now?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this primarily came from a home invention where we had awful trouble handling our own lambs. I mean, if you can imagine, when we're trying to vaccinate a very small lamb, you're bent down like this, you're trying to inject them with something. It's very difficult, it's backbreaking work. It was taking myself, Jack, Dad, all of us, long day, and we needed to come up with a better way of doing things. So what we did is we figured out we need to bring the animal up to our height. So how this works is we have a ramp here, animal comes away up this ramp, and we've Mary the lamb here for demonstration. Mary drives away on here, and what we'll do is we'll push in this frame. The floor is going to drop, and that takes her feet out of contact with the ground, so at that point she's immobilised and she can't gain traction. Nice working height here. Head, we've got great access, so what a farmer can do is if they want to take weights, there's weigh cells built in, there's a stick reader there so we can read their tag and record all that data for improving flock productivity and having faster growing lambs. In terms of dosing, we can do a vaccination if needs be. If we're dosing the animal, we come in here nice and easily. Then we've done all our jobs here to Mary, we can just pull back the bar. The animal actually falls back down to ground level, and at that point we can draft them 3 different directions. We can send them out that way, or else we can go left and right here. So if you're either drafting male, female, small lambs, if you're picking lambs for slaughter, whatever have you, you can do that. And then when we're getting ready for the next animal, all we do is hit this little pedal, give that a tap, and the floor comes back up, and it's just rinse and repeat. In, do your jobs, pick up your information, drop them back down to ground level and hit the pedal. So it's very simple. It's an entirely mechanical machine. There's no electrics, there's no pneumatics or complicated parts, which I think is very important on Irish farms where you're dealing with an average flock size of maybe 120 sheep. They're not massive farms, but at least with a kit like this, you can be the side of a mountain, you don't need power, you can set this up just about anywhere.
And obviously it was such a simple process, but was there much development went on in creating it?
Yeah, like we would have started out with what you see in the video there, a small crate just for handling small lambs about 5 years ago that we just developed for our own use. And then I sat around the farm for a couple of years, and a family friend by the name of Paddy Halton, Paddy was around the farm and he came across this thing and goes, what the hell is this yoke at all? And we demonstrated it to him. He says, boys, innovation arena at the Ploughing, I think that's the place where you should take it. So we came back here in 2019 and we were lucky enough to win the best overall startup, and since then we spent the last 2 years developing this alongside 20 of very good farmers from Ireland and the UK, having input so that for sheep farmers who are out there, it has everything in it and it can do everything that they need it to do.
And what has the feedback been like from farmers?
Sure, it's been excellent. We have units already sold and we're only out in the market with a couple of months. They're shifting. I think farmers see interest in it because it's a handling system that you can handle your very small lambs from when they're first born all the way up to very, very big 70, 80 kilo sheep. It's relatively affordable for the class of the handler it's in. It's stainless steel and farmers put a lot of weight on having something that's going to last on the farm. And look, as I said, it's labour saving. You'll do less handling with it. You need less help around, and like help is not getting any easier to get. I mean, for me anyway, the biggest impact it has for us is that I don't get the call on Saturday morning from Dad saying, oh, we've got a few sheep to go, are you around? Instead he's able to do a lot of the jobs on his own. So it's making the work more pleasurable too. There's a lot to be said for making the job enjoyable and for taking that hard work out of it, and that's why I think people are taken to it.
Absolutely, for anyone watching, what would be the cost of installing one of these on a farm?
Yeah, so standard unit, which is basically from where the sheep leaves the ground up to this ramp, and then the clamp itself, we start off about €4,500 excluding VAT. There is a TAMS grant available on it that provides about €1,500 to €2,000 of grant aid on it. We go all the way out to about 8,000 when you're including weighing equipment and drafting, and that's for the full system. And a lot of farmers are going for that because the weighing information in terms of becoming more productive and more efficient, but picking to breed fast-growing animals so that they're getting off the farm and finishing quicker. There's a lot of farmers actually just going ahead and going buying the full system altogether because they see benefits in capturing that really important data.
And absolutely, for farmer well-being and obviously for health and their health and all that, it does a lot of good for them, obviously, with preventing back injuries and stuff like that.
Yeah, I mean, Irish statistics there, about 40% of Irish sheep farmers suffer from lower back pain. I mean, because you're dealing with these small animals. Like when we're vaccinating, when lambs are small, it's like going down to vaccinate and inject about 400 or 500 little puppies. It is really, really hard work. Whereas this, you're outside of the race, you're not knocking your knees, your back is fine, and everything's at working height. So there's a lot to be said for doing that. And like, I think of the average farmer, like I think of my dad. Dad is 55 plus, he's a little bit blind, he's a little bit deaf, and he's a little bit short of patience. So something like this is making sure he can actually just continue sheep farming at all, well into later into his career, and he can stay at it, and he wants to have that independence and not have to be relying on us being around on a Saturday to go ahead and do something with sheep.
And also I see that the sideboard in the car household must be filling up in all these wards. Can you tell me about some of the successes you've had over the last couple of years?
Sure, look, it's been incredibly fortunate to be, like, we ended up winning a Global Student Entrepreneur Award 2 months ago. Here we won the Best Newcomer Award as we're now finally launching commercially. It's just been mad fortunate to have people out there who believe in what we do and want to see this move forward. And look, it gives us huge confidence. Like, we second guess ourselves all the time. There's been 6 or 7 life and death moments every single year where we say, geez, does anyone really want what we've got to have? Will this really work? So to have that external validation that we can't deny from ourselves, that's people out there who think this should go forward, just that's what keeps the dream alive.
Absolutely, and I say farmers, you're looking to wait for the next innovation, the next couple of years.
Look, I'll take things step by step. I'm still in college, just going into final year now, and we very much want to focus on driving adoption of this in Ireland and the UK and further afield, because we think this is making a big difference to sheep farmers' lives, not just here in Ireland, but really across the world.
Absolutely. Well, Nick, thank you very much for your time, and I wish you every success with the product.
No worries. Thank you very much for calling. Great to talk.
Right, it's the final day here at the National Ploughing Championships. I'm here now with Colin Donnery of the FRS Network. Colin, jobs is a hot topic in the industry at the moment, but big news from FRS. Can you tell me more about this?
Yeah, so on Tuesday, I suppose on the launch day, we announced 300 new jobs within the farm relief services. So look, we currently have over 1,200 people working on farms every day, mostly milking cows, doing general farm work. We also do hoof care, freeze branding, etc., soil sampling. But I suppose with the growth in ag in probably since 2015, when quotas were lifting, we're seeing huge demand for labour. So we need minimum 300 people by the end of the year just to sort of keep things going. Farmers are under severe pressure at the moment, productivity-wise. That's what it's all about.
And so getting these workers in, has there been much issues with regards to legislation, with regards to permits?
Yeah, no, so I suppose, look, the people we're looking for, obviously, first and foremost, is local people in close to our 10, farm relief offices across the country. That's our first port of call. Traditionally, we hire a lot of students and that type of thing. We're seeing a lot of women returners coming into the workforce, but we do bring a lot of people in internationally. So from the EU, that hasn't been a problem. So look, we can, from Eastern Europe, etc. But what we're seeing is, I suppose now, is going further afield, work permits are required. The department had announced 150 work permits earlier in the year, and seemingly we learned yesterday that is sort of closed. So that's going to create huge problems, particularly for spring. So I suppose we're calling on all the ministers, Minister McConnell, and I suppose the Taoiseach, who has responsibility for the work permit section, to actually issue an awful lot more permits. There was only 150 last year, which is literally a drop in the ocean. We need to see more, upwards of 1,000 permits, to just fill even part of the demand.
That's a stark difference in the figures for what the permits we announced and the permits that you said we needed. Will this create a labour shortage in the years ahead?
Oh, certainly. Like even now, I suppose as farms have increased and herds have increased dramatically, farmers are requiring at least a minimum, really, of one labour unit on a farm, plus farm relief as well. So you're going to see a massive shortage in spring. Like when, I suppose, from February to May would be our busy period traditionally. And we need a minimum of 300 people just to stand still, and we're only serving probably about 20% of the market, right? So individual farmers are going to require this, as farms grow and we get really deep into springtime. I can see, huge pressure coming on farmers, personally, so.
And from your point of view, what is the interest like in young farmers getting into the industry?
Yeah, so look, I think definitely there's a huge challenge there, right? Perception, basically what's happening is farming and agriculture is competing with construction and business. We're seeing an awful lot of young farmers who've grown up on farms, going to university. Only a very, very small proportion of them are actually doing ag or going to UCD. An awful lot more going into business. And we're not attracting enough young people into the industry. I think there's a number of reasons for that. Obviously, it's hard work. That's the first thing. There's a perception there that there's a lot easier ways to make money. And really, we need to improve the brand, of farming from a work perspective. I think what we see, particularly now, in most businesses, there you can call on experts and right across. If you're in a business, you've got finance and IT. Farmers are now running businesses where they're really solely responsible for everything. They're trying to do everything, and we need to support them. I think we're seeing an awful lot of stuff around sort of wellness, depression, these type of areas. If a farmer has increased his herd, from 80 cows to 150, that's double the sort of production, requires double the time, a lot of the time, an awful lot more effort and an awful lot more pressure coming on farmers. While we're seeing, I suppose, milk prices are obviously very good at the moment, or relatively good. If they drop, interest rates rise, we're going to start to see a huge amount of pressure on farmers.
I heard that farmer well-being is a very, very important topic. It's quite topical at the moment. Mental health, with COVID, the input prices, everything's kind of going up. Is there any advice you'd have to farmers or support available to help them get through this tough time?
Yeah, look, the first thing we say, and it's not just because, look, we're in existence since the 70s, and we were set up with a co-op, so we're there to support farmers. Farm relief services, that's what we're there to do, to help farmers. So the first thing is, look, there's help out there, whether that's with us in terms of the labour side, on the training side, and you'll talk about that a bit later on. But also, don't be afraid to talk to neighbours and that type of thing if you need help. And where you spot certain things going wrong, act on it early. And I think, look, farmers traditionally are proud, very proud, and sometimes it's seen like a badge of honour not to ask for help. But if you need help, just go out and ask it. Look, you're here in the Ploughing, like most stands, there's massive amounts of supports out there for farmers, like particularly from government departments on that. There's plenty of help available out there. But look, I suppose the most important thing is to get the labour there and get support. If they don't do that, things like health and safety as well become an issue on farms. Overdoing it. It's the most dangerous job out there in Ireland today.
Well, Colin, that was a fascinating insight into the labour and farmer wellbeing. So thank you very much.
Thanks a million. Thank you.
I'm here now with Ella Godin, founder and CEO of Fodderbox. The tagline is a field in a box, and it's essentially grain that grows looking like grass. So Ella, thank you for joining me.
Oh, you're very welcome, Megan. It's great to be here with Agriland.
Great. So look, we're in front of a lovely display here, and I suppose, first of all, could you explain to me just briefly a bit about what Fodderbox is, and maybe what is hydroponic fodder?
Well, the way to think about it is that it's land that's stackable, that farms itself.
Okay.
So you push the button and you print the grass. The way this works is that you take grain, any type of seed will sprout, even beans, like legumes, and you're putting it in water. Now you're keeping the amount of water correct automatically at the touch of a button. Nature is actually doing the work. The engineering is in the seed. All the seed needs is water. It doesn't need any nutrients, and it sprouts up from seed to feed in 6 days.
Okay, and you mentioned water there, and we're all about sustainability these days. Everybody's talking about it. How much water does this use? Does it need a lot of water? Does it recirculate? What is the water usage like?
As you can see, there's sprayers. Now they only need to come on for a few seconds, a couple times an hour. So it actually has the lowest water consumption of any method of production.
Okay, and I can see here now, this is not in the ground. This is on some sort of table.
Well spotted.
Or a conveyor belt. I know, difficult to notice. So this is, in some ways, you might even say nearly portable. It's out of the ground, and just the whole thing gets consumed.
I'll tell you, Megan, yes. Okay. So a 40-foot container arrives plug and play. A ton of fresh feed will fall off the end of that container every single day. 6 days after you receive it, you get it up and running. You're getting a ton every day. Also, I can put 3 tons or 10 tons or 100 tons into a shed. So the ton a day is €100,000. That's like 40 acres that farms itself. To put 3 tons into a shed, 180,000, and that's to the spec of your shed.
Okay, and let's talk about fertilizer for a second. We know the grass that grows in the ground, crops, all of that. You're going to need pesticides, you're going to need fertilizers, and I mean the price of fertilizer has shot through the roof in recent months. What do we need here to get this to grow?
You need water. That's it. There's nothing else added.
Okay, and in terms of, let's come back to the sustainability for a minute, the atmosphere, and let's talk about methane and all of that. How does this perform on that front when you do feed it to livestock?
That's very interesting, because there's some very good research just came out of the US, and they've proven that there's a reduction of 24% when this is fed to dairy at a third of the ration, and in beef there's a reduction of 48%, and that's directly measured. The reason that it's reducing the methane is because it's increasing the efficiency of the feed conversion. What that's doing is it's making it very easy for the animal to digest. So it's interesting that digestion is actually the biggest energy cost an animal has. So by dialing down the energy needed, because it's so digestible, the animal has more energy available.
And why is this so much more digestible?
So again, thank you, nature. Yeah. So seeds are meant not to be digested. They're meant to be taken into the animal, out the other end, far away. That's their goal, is to extend their range.
Yeah.
By germinating it, that's the process that has evolved that goes along with digestion. So germination and digestion have evolved together as co-processes. So for example, the carbohydrates become sugars, the starch becomes sugars, the proteins become amino acids. All of those are highly digestible. It's at germination that the digestive enzymes are formed. So those digestive enzymes do what they say on the tin, they digest. So as you add this into your ration, everything that you're adding in is digested as well. Like omega-3. Omega-3 is built at germination. Vitamin C is built at germination. And once they have been built, they start to degrade.
Okay.
So by feeding it just 6 days after germination, you're getting everything. Like it looks like grass, but it feeds like grain.
Okay.
It approximately replaces grain 2 to 1. So you got a ton of grain, you get 6 tons of hydro fodder, and that approximately replaces 3 tons of the grain.
Okay, and let's come on to beef cattle for a minute.
Yeah.
What are the benefits there that this can deliver for those type of cows?
Well, they're super healthy. It's gonna, like in big herds in the States, they reduce their cull rate from 12 or 14% to 0.
Okay.
So you get a big health gain. There's a good ratio. The oldest company in the world selling the same technology is from Australia. 15 years later, the way they do the math, 3% of live weight as fed will give you a kg to 2 a day in gain. You also need to add a kg or 2 of roughage.
Okay.
The condition, like this was very sweet. A farmer on Barrow Island got in touch with me when he saw I'd won the award for innovation at AgTech UCD. And he said he'd built his own system himself in his shed. And he said, I don't know why everybody doesn't do this. The benefits to the cattle are plain to see. So yeah, it's you actually see the benefit. They're shinier, their hooves are stronger. Because it's the correct pH, they have no acidosis. You know, they're tremendously healthy because they're getting everything they need and they love it. They'll literally sort for it. I put some in the field with the suckler cows beside my house, and they were pushing each other out of the way to get to it.
Okay.
You know.
So it's nearly like a treat for them. They love it.
They love it. They love it. Yeah.
And let's come on to availability and market availability and all of that kind of stuff. So does a farmer purchase a unit like this? Does he visit
or she
yeah, or they do they visit a production facility and buy off them? Do they install a unit of their own, or has that yet to be worked out?
Yeah, so the first ton container that does the ton a day, that's going to County Mead, a guy named David Dunn.
Okay.
You can get in touch with me and I can arrange for it to be seen. It should be arriving by the end of the year, all going well.
Okay.
This little baby, this will be in our shop every day in Carricktool producing.
Okay.
So if some of your viewers want to come and try it, I'll give them some of the fodder. We'll have 60 kg a day, every day at Carricktool at Fodder Box, a field in a box.
Okay.
You just push the button and you print the grass.
Okay. Well, Ella, it all sounds very innovative and very fascinating, and I'm sure you've had a lot of interest at the ploughing as a result. Has it been a good turnover?
It's been so exciting.
Yeah?
It's been so exciting.
Great.
I actually got to meet my hero because there's a fella, Steve Collins near Bantry, who'd won an OBE, and he's been using this technology since 2010. And I finally met him today. It was like meeting a rock star.
Well, that's what the ploughing is for, I suppose. Listen, Ella, thank you so much for joining me.
Thank you so much. You're great, Megan.
And
thank you to AgriLand. It's a real pleasure.
Thank you.
So we're back out on site today at the Delaval stand. I'm joined by VMS Sales Manager for Delaval, Barry Mullen. Barry, thanks for joining me.
No problem at all, Michael.
Barry, we're standing in front of the VMS V300 robot. Can you talk me through it? What could farmers expect with a robot like this?
Well, basically, Michael, with the V300, the beauty of the V300 is you have a higher capacity. It's a self-learning robot. You don't have to teach it anything anymore with the new 3D time-of-flight camera system built into the robot. We offer a various range of systems with the V300. You can have a free access standard system. You can have 2 different types of guided systems, milk first, feed first. Depending on the system that you fit, it will allow you to maximize the throughput on the robot. With a controlled system, a guided system, you're talking about 70 cows. With a free access system, you would be talking 65 cows. So having that extra level of control pretty much justifies the extra expenditure on the robot.
And what is the feedback with that from farmers?
We have various different feedbacks, I suppose. Anybody that has a free access system and is milking 60, 65 cows are quite happy. Anybody looking to push beyond those numbers, we have fitted control systems for them and are extremely happy. We have some customers that have kind of pushed the envelope a bit and up at 75 cows per box. Generally averaging around 2.1 to 2.5 milkings per day with a control system.
And if you're at 70 cows you want to push on, would you be advising a second robot?
If you're at 70 cows and you're depending on the system you have, if you have a free access system and you want to milk more than 70 cows, you're talking about putting in a second box. The beauty about putting in 2 boxes, I suppose, you have the ability to push on with the right system again, 140, 150 cows.
Okay. And could you tell me how many of these are out on farms in Ireland?
Currently, there's around 300 between classics and V300s on farm. We have about, I think throughout the country, we have about 25 to 30 V310 farms. I suppose to touch on what makes a V300 a V310 is the introduction to Delaval Repro, which is a full reproduction system in the robot. And basically what that's going to do for a farmer is it will do his heat detection, it will give him all the cycling information, it will give him all his abnormality information, like cysts and the type of cysts the cow has, and will allow him, give him the opportunity to basically treat all those cows prior to breeding season starting, which ultimately will lead to more productive lactations, fewer open days, and a lower cull rate within the farm.
And that's a relatively new feature.
Relatively new feature.
What's the take-up of it?
Take-up on it the first year was reasonably slow, but when we finally did get a couple of them out there and we got the feedback from the farmers, it has there's a lot of take-up on it now. Even over the last couple of days here, we've had quite a lot of people come in and ask us in relation to the V310, especially from some of the articles that they have recently read on Agriland, Donald Maher being one of them. A lot of interest in the V310.
And I suppose lastly, Barry, you talked about systems earlier. What kind of systems are you working on? Is it mainly spring calving, grass-based systems?
The majority, I suppose, of our clients come in are grass-based systems. We can offer a free access system on grass. We can also offer control on grass. Control on grass is fantastic because, like an indoor system, only cows with milking permission will actually gain access to the robot. Your robot's never under pressure. It's busy milking cows, not busy sorting out cows.
Okay. Barry, thanks for your time.
No problem at all, Michael. Thanks very much.
Welcome back to the Agriland Pavilion here at the National Ploughing Championships in Ratheniska in County Laois, where we are coming to the end of our live stream for this 3-day outdoor event. And I'm joined for a final discussion about everything that has happened over the past 3 days with our own Agriland staff, well, some of them anyways, that have been out and about over the past 3 days, bringing you to the heart of the ploughing action. Richard Halloran, our journalist and tillage specialist for today, Aisling O'Brien, a senior journalist, and Breffney O'Brien, our beef technical specialist. Thanks for joining us, guys. I might go to you, Richard. We are all here for the ploughing.
Absolutely,
and of course that's such a significant part of the National Ploughing Championships. The World Ploughing Contest is on here. That's surely a highlight for you, is it?
Absolutely. I had the opportunity to get out to the plots on the 2 days, the Monday in fact, before this event got underway, to see the guys practicing, and then on the Wednesday, got out to see the horse ploughing. Absolutely unreal. The enthusiasm of these people, the skill of these people, the horse ploughing in particular. I mean, the setting was beautiful, and I would make the point that these are the National Ploughing Championships, and more people should actually take the opportunity to get out to see these people. They are real masters of what they do.
I mean, I'll put up my hand and confess I have come to the ploughing since I was a child. And I'd say 90% of the times that I came in the past, I never saw an inch of a plough. And a lot of people don't. But I've even, seen some of the ploughing and seen the pictures and the videos that our own team have got over the last couple of days. And it's such a spectacle to see.
Truly. I mean, it looks great on television or great on video. But, I mean, the experience of seeing these guys in the flesh, so to speak. It's just so much more.
And these are the top guys from around the world and indeed Ireland who are working with a plough on a tractor and getting it so precise. But there's also a lovely traditional Irish spectacle in looking at the horse ploughing.
Truly, yeah. And as you touched on the point yourself, I mean, Ireland stands out. The heritage we have in terms of ploughing, the skill of these people, the heritage that has gone back over generations within so many families, within so many areas. I mean, it's an amazing, it's breathtaking.
Breffney, did you get down to see the ploughing?
Yeah, so I also got out to see the ploughing, Stella, and like that we've seen a variety of it. There was different classes, different competitions. So another one, that would have stood out to me, like Richard said, was the horse ploughing and the characters that are there. I suppose in all the classes, as well as outside the horse ploughing, the characters you meet out there in the field, the passion, the enthusiasm that's involved. And it's really great to see. And also another thing I noticed was the amount of young people that were out there with a great interest in the horses and the horse ploughing, and I suppose their awareness of keeping this tradition alive and the importance of it and the heritage and its association to Ireland.
It's great to see so many young people here. I mean, over the past 3 days, I'd say every moonshore in the country knew that half their class was going to be missing because ploughing was on. There's so many young people here, Aisling, isn't there?
Yeah, it's great, and it really shows the generational renewal in the agriculture sector as well, that we have young people here that are interested in all aspects of course they're here to get the free pen and the free biros and the ponchos and anything that they can get, but it's great. We've had an awful lot of young people coming in here into the Agriland Pavilion over the last couple of days as well, and that social element to the ploughing, I think, is such a special aspect to it, because I think a lot of the time farming can be quite an isolating occupation, and you go to the mart maybe once a week, and I think coming to the ploughing is a great catch-up opportunity, and it's also great for young people if maybe the school tour, as you say, is brought here, and it shows the future of agriculture, and it shows that young people, there is a future here. We see innovation, we see there's such an array of distractions here for young and old alike.
Just to pick up on what Aisling said there as well, like the ideas, the new ideas and some of the different stands, like what they had was just, it's great to see it, and young people coming through, bringing through new ways of doing things, sharing thoughts, ideas. So it's really a great learning experience as well for everybody who comes to the ploughing here.
Absolutely, the innovation arena here, when you see the ideas that people are coming up with, and I'm talking, there were teenagers there that, we interviewed a girl there who had come up with the fence to fence, a way of protecting when crossing over a fence, and she's still in school. So the future of agriculture is very bright, and Richard, I know that this is something that you constantly chat to me about, because we hear a lot of complaints, a lot of the challenges that face agriculture. But I will say one thing for you, Richard Halloran. You are always a glass half full when it comes to agriculture. You see the positive always, and there's so much positive in agriculture in Ireland.
Oh, truly. I mean, yeah, and I'll never stop believing that. But underpinning all of this is a very fundamental fact, and that is agriculture is a real business. It's worth multiples of billions of euro to the Irish economy. I mean, that's a fundamental fact. And when you have that, and I don't think the general public realise the scale of the sector and what's going on within it, and the role that agriculture plays in underpinning the entire food processing industry here, the drinks industry here. It is just so fundamentally important to the to the future of the Irish economy. But from a sort of a mood music perspective, certainly I've been coming now to the ploughing for 15 years, and the one theme that I've picked up wherever I've been is the fact that agriculture has a positive future. And one particular sector, it's the one that I suppose take most interest in from an agriland perspective, and that is tillage crops. I mean, truly there is tremendous scope to grow cereal production and all the other aspects of tillage.
And the spotlight has really gone on the tillage sector, particularly this year when we're in an era of uncertainty around food security, indeed across the agriculture sector as well, and we just realise the importance. I think finally coming into mainstream public view is the importance of farming. It's not just a way of life, it's a way of keeping us alive. We are human beings who need food to survive.
Yeah. And I don't see there being any downside to agriculture moving forward. If you look at all of the challenges that are facing Irish society, the society around the world, climate change, agriculture, whether it's in Ireland or in other countries, will be fundamentally important to sorting that issue out. And then obviously you've touched on this issue of food security. Well, heck, no one else is going to grow the food but the farmers, or produce the food but the farmers. So I leave Ratheniska very upbeat, very buoyed from what I've seen and what I've heard.
And Breffney, what else has impressed you about this event? We haven't had it for a couple of years. I think there was much anticipation ahead of it. What else impressed you?
I think, Stella, a thing that I really noticed over my 3 days going around the stands and the different areas of the ploughing was that there's people here from all walks of life. So I've met people, so we have plenty of farmers here, okay. I've met people from towns, from cities, people who have never been on a farm in their lives, and they come down to the ploughing just to get a day out, you know, see the trade stands, see what's on offer, and of course meet and chat to people. And I think that's really interesting. And one competition that I personally find would underpin all this is the Certified Irish Angus Schools competition. So the presentation of calves took place yesterday down at their stand here at the ploughing site, and you know, you had students from all different backgrounds. You had some students from cities who knew very little about agriculture before coming on board in this competition, and I really thought that was interesting.
Fantastic. What about yourself, Aisling? Anything else stand out of note to you?
Absolutely. I think Richard made a very good point in Breffney as well about the urban-rural divide and that perception of the urban-rural divide, because it is very relevant, especially in the backdrop of the emissions targets and the climate debate that we've had so intensely over recent months. And a lot of farmers out there, and I'm sure you'd both agree, farmers do feel vilified, you know, in that climate debate. And I think having a major event such as the ploughing focuses the general public's view on the farming sector and sees a farming sector that perhaps they might be surprised at how progressive, how forward thinking, and how willing to be part of the solution, and not just folding their arms and saying, well, you know, we have to produce the food and we're not going to change. There is a willingness within the farming sector to change. We see the innovations that are coming through with all of the different companies as well. But also, we've had politicians making a lot of big statements in relation to emissions this week. Taoiseach and Minister for Enterprise, Trade and Employment, Leo Varadkar, was at the Fine Gael tent this week as well, and he said that farmers aren't entirely responsible for climate change. And that's a very important message to go out to the general public as well, because there has been a real imbalance in general media terms, in terms of how farmers are perceived, what they're doing on the ground. I mean, the use of protected urea, low emission slurry spreading technology. We're also hearing Frank O'Mara joined us here on the stage. He said that food additives, that technology is coming on board. There's huge innovation and huge research going on all the time, and farmers are willing to buy into that. And also, I think important to note as well, President Michael D. Higgins pointing again, he's taken the opportunity at the National Ploughing Championships to talk about the fairness within the food chain and to protect our farmers and to protect our food producers and the value on their product, and that they get paid for the work that they do, and appealing to consumers as well to maybe walk past the cheaper produce and to force the retailers to value the produce and not just to be below cost selling all the time.
Absolutely. Go ahead, Breffney.
And just to pick up on what Aisling said there, like, I really think that the message from farmers attending the ploughing is that they're ready to take on the challenge of tackling climate change. You know, we've seen a lot of measures being widely implemented on farms already. So we have, as Aisling pointed out, the low emission slurry spreading, the protected urea. You know, farmers are looking, and it was evident during the ploughing here, farmers are looking at different options, different things that can be of benefit to their farm and will also help to reduce emissions.
That's true, and I think as well, farming and the idea of farming and Irish agriculture is that it is just, you know, the lad down the road who has the big dairy enterprise, or else it's the lad who's part-time beef down the road or has, you know, a flock of sheep, and that's it. Ploughing Championships really put that to bed. When you see the immense amount of businesses that operate in the agricultural sector, they operate here, they operate in Northern Ireland, they operate across the border, you know, obviously the UK being a big export market for us. It is not a small little country life industry. It's one of our biggest, if not the biggest, indigenous industry we have in this country. It's one of the biggest employers we have in this country. If the agricultural sector was treated with the same sort of policy and gravitas, maybe, you know, with the powers that be that, for example, the medical or pharmaceutical industries were treated with, I think there would be a very different approach to how new changes are brought into this particular sector. What would you say, Richard?
Yeah, I just want to pick up on one point. You said there that agriculture is an all-Ireland industry. You didn't use those words, but it is. Yesterday in particular, every second voice I heard were guys coming down from Northern Ireland. There were bus trips galore coming from that part of the world. And if I was on the organising committee of the National Ploughing Championships, I would focus on that very strongly, because there is a latent pool of people wanting to come here if they were receiving the message.
I think one of the highlights for me, and it's just a very small highlight, was you know, just how big the National Ploughing Championships is, how extraordinarily expansive it has become. It's an entire entity, a business enterprise within itself, and then how local it is as well. I mean, you know, you had who will be the next Taoiseach, Leo Varadkar, you know, a politician going around the crowd and, you know, doing his walkabout and mobbed by people. And then a very quiet moment in the NPA headquarters just across from the Agriland Pavilion here, where he's sitting, you know, in with Anna May McHugh in the Porta cabin with, you know, a cup of tea and a doily and a nice queen bun, you know, and it was such a silent, quiet moment where they just got to, you know, chat like two ordinary people, and it's all very local. The committee here is fantastic. They've put on, you know, people will always have complaints about this or that, small little niggles if they were caught in traffic, if they were caught, but you don't put on an event of this stature and this, you know, expansive nature without having some headaches. There's only so much you can do. I'm sure there was plenty of people caught in traffic coming from Electric Picnic as well, you know. But what I will say is that the organising committee of the National Ploughing Association really do have to give themselves a pat on the back. The lads in the high vises, the lads in the car parks, you know, the lads who are going around collecting bins, the security guards, you know, they're all doing their part for very little, and they're doing it for the love of agriculture, Aisling, is what I'm trying to say.
They absolutely are. It takes a village, and I mean, everybody that we've met, I'm sure the lads would say the same. The guards on point duty every morning, getting people in and out of the site, this is a huge operation. With 115,500 people on day 2 of the ploughing, an enormous record attendance. It shows the appetite, obviously post-COVID as well, but I suppose it kind of points as well, you were saying about the local element. I think this is Europe's biggest outdoor event, but there's some quintessentially Irish country rural pursuits that should be kept going. One highlight for me, I was lucky enough to go kind of north on the site earlier on today, and if people were watching the live stream, I went along to the welly throwing competition.
Oh, yes.
Now, Breffney's here beside me. Would you be able to throw one of those now?
I do well to actually, I do well to throw it as far as you threw it now.
Well, we don't have time today, we are running out of time. But there are fantastic events like that. You know, even, you know, the dancing, the jiving. They were jiving in the rain this morning. It did not bother them.
Tommy Kay was blaring out and they didn't care.
This is exactly it. The fashion show, you know, the brown bread making, it's all the ploughing, and it doesn't matter about the urban-rural divide. Everyone is interested in it. But we've had a fantastic time here at the Agriland Pavilion throughout the last 3 days, and we were here even before that last week as the ploughing competition itself started. And we thank you for tuning in, listening to us. We hope you enjoyed our coverage. We hope we got as much content as we possibly could to show you what it's really like here in Ratheniska over the last 3 days. We couldn't bring you everything. We tried as much as we could to keep it as diverse as possible. And I just want to say thank you to all of the team in Agriland, the technical team, the writers, the video camera guys, the commercial team, the people helping us here in the tent in the pavilion, and to Cormac Farrelly, of course, who organised all this. Just to say thank you to all of you for the work that you've put in in, because it has been phenomenal. We've got such a response from the audience, from the crowd here over the last 3 days. They've been, you know, absolutely thrilled. They're really engaging with digital news, digital agriculture. They like having that information at their fingertips. So just want to thank you for tuning in, and don't worry, we will be keeping you up to date with the results of the World Ploughing Contest later this evening, and stay tuned to the Agriland website, because we'll be keeping you updated on everything else that you missed over the last 3 days. Thanks for joining. Take care.